own life. Bad year for styluses? Did yours break too? Mine's fine. It just looks pregnant now. Because I fucking wrapped so much tape around it. I super glued it. And I think it's fine. I mean, it seems to... It seems to draw and it seems to erase. It's all that matters. Really. Draw. Erase. Beautiful. Beautiful. Black Knight, what up, dog? I threw mine in the trash on accident a few weeks ago. Oh, right. Yeah, you said that. My heart open. I saw myself shine. My weakness is that I care too much. Oh, I gotta actually check something real quick. I gotta make sure I'm not echoing on YouTube before I annoy the shit out of everyone. Just to fail. Let me take a look at that. Not echoing there. Not echoing. Oh, it might be echoing here, actually. Yeah, let's get rid of that. There you go. Amazing. What up, Ketamine Huffer? How you doing, dog? How's the audio over there on YouTube? We good? I think we are. I'm doing the hair today, guys. And then I have another project planned. I started sorta roughing the hair, but there's still a lot left to do. Mostly because I just don't like the form, so I gotta tweak them a little bit. Hey Snack, what up, Symphony? How you doing, dog? Vlad is back. Sure is. Audio sounds okay, dokay. Thank you, Kim Do. You still winning big? Always, dude. We never lose. It's the one thing me and Trump have in common. We're just always winning. What up, Jadu? How you doing, dude? Jadu, you're always a different color when you come in here. Could have been better, but fine mostly. We take fine. Oh, let me... That reminds me. Let me work on the Spotify bot real quick. Let me make sure that's working. It seems to be working, but it didn't queue up your song, so clearly it's not. Let me restart it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually queue up your song for you. Because I'm such a good host. Come on. Come on, Songify. You can do it. Do I update it? Last time I updated it, it fucked it, but... Alright, whatever. We're updating Songify. I'm feeling kind of sick. Throat's a little bit fucked. Uh-oh. You've been hanging out with Nancy, is that why? She's also throat fucked right now. Because of illnesses. Would you like to read the changelog? Nah. Connect. Oh my god, why do I have to reconnect my goddamn Twitch every fucking time? Song request, history request, What isn't connected right now? Oh my god, dude. The lore currently is that she coughed into my open mouth. Cookie mouth, dude. Checking my Spotify. Ugh, gotta relink my account. This is bullshit, dude. Agree. Okay, now I'm gonna try queuing up Black Knight's song. I pray it works. Girls have cooties confirmed? They do. What up, Ian? How you doing, son? I'm doing good, dog. It feels like it's been so long since I've seen you guys, you know? I know it hasn't been, but... Bro just doesn't ping anymore. I was waiting for the ads to finish running. And now they're done, so let me ping. There you go. Consider yourself pinged, dude. Okay, I'm gonna lurk for a little bit. Do your thing, bro. How's it going for banter? Performative streamer. How so? What am I performing on? Boom, boom, boom. Where? Aw, Snack missed us. I did. It just feels like it's been so long. But I streamed on Sunday, so it's been just a normal week. It's because it's been a short week for me. I didn't have work today, so today just felt longer, you know? Which is good. I like when it feels longer. It means I'm experiencing more of my life. My short, fleeting life, dude. Caring about ads in this economy, I care about you guys not viewing them. So what I do is I run the ads first, and then that way, when you guys join, the ads are done for the first hour. So you guys shouldn't be experiencing ad-free viewing right now for the next 57 minutes because I'm such a gracious streamer. And I prioritize your experience over my money. Isn't that crazy? Am I not so awesome, Verbanter? Be alright. You want to end your life. I will say, drawing with this stylus that has a big-ass pregnant belly is a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Ever seen what I'm reflecting? Thing wrong, who would've guessed it? Showing your true Canadian colors. True. It's true. You got a new pen? I did not. I just, I super glued my pen back together. And then what I did, this is what my pen looks like now. This is what it looked like. It looked like this before. And then it broke right here. And so I super glued this back together. And then I wrapped it with electrical tape. But I put so much electrical tape that it looks like it's like pregnant now. It looks like, or a snake that's just eaten, you know? That's what my pen looks like. Mine looks just like that. We're talking about our pens, you know that, right? Will never be. Either way, Make the pen fatter? I could. You know what's funny? It's in a spot that's not actually that uncomfortable to hold. You want to end your life. Now again we try to just stay alive. I'm trying to tackle the hair. This whole section here is just a rough idea. I don't like it though. It's too flat. Too flat. I want more volume in a lot of this hair. Boom, 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 boom. Flat like Snack, that's true, I am flat. I'm unbreasted, dude. Rufflers, how you doing, dude? I seen your recent drawing. I always forget, you're Kim Wexler on Discord, right? I really like the Pokemon shit. Looks nice. Yep, that's me. This, I think, needs to shoot out more. I'm so glad you know who I am. Oh, I know who you are. That sounds creepy when I say it that way. I don't know you like that. I think I'm just gonna focus on sort of the middle bit of the hair here. Oops, it does sound creepy. I'm gonna focus on the middle bit of the hair here before I do the outline. Especially the back little wispies, I think that's gonna be the hardest part for me. That feels like it sticks. I also don't want it to go up. Great, can I see how it looks so far? Yeah, I mean, the hair looks wonky as hell. The head turn came out nice. Let me turn off the hair, because that's just rough right now. The head turn is looking solid. The actual hair needs quite a bit of work. I don't know why it's lagging right now. It's not normally this choppy, but... Ooh, it's working! I know. It's very clean looking. Guys, I went to McDonald's and I really regret my decision. I'm so full. And right now what I'm trying to do is figure out the arc on the hair and whether I want it to go up or down, you know? Great job, thank you. Great jube, thank you. I have to consistently choose... If the hair is... The eyes are going on a downward arc, I believe. So I think the hair is going to follow that same pathing. Just because it makes sense with the head tilt. Looking good. Thank you, Shoddy. Thank you, Shoddy30. It's your OC? It is, technically. And you bought us nothing? No. I don't spend money on chatters. It's the other way around, Simp. Me, it's almost easy. Back to me. It's... Not even a Happy Meal? Not even, dude. I'm so cheap, you have no idea. Come back to me, it's almost easy. Back to me, it's almost easy. I'm gonna eat something, I'll be back. You could do this snack, thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Tonight might be a little bit of a quiet stream while I just sort of chip away at this. Who knows? Who knows? We'll just play it by ear, you know? But I don't have anything crazy entertaining planned today. Not that I normally do, but... I also feel like my throat's kind of dry right now. It grows too much. Insane. Well, my pen seems to be holding up. That was my biggest concern. I haven't used my pen since I broke it. Because I broke it in the middle of doing the hair here. We'll be lurking. Have a good arting. Do your thing, dude. Back to me, it's almost easy. I'm gonna skip this one, and we're just gonna go to the next one, the profile one. Iron grip. I think I've just had this pen for a really fucking long time, you know? What up, Fat Wombat? How you doing? How you doing, dude? Why were you choking your pen like that? It's just old. Just a very old pen. I don't have, like, a particularly tight grip. Doing good? Hell yeah, dog. How's life? Vi's been really active. I've been lurking in there. I'm not overly, like, super duper active these days, but I see she's been pretty active. She must be done with school or not as busy these days. Did you see her horrifying Lala fit? Not only did I see it, I took a screenshot of it and sent it to her. And I said, "This you?" I do need the onion skip for this. It's just going to be a little bit easier than flipping. I got a drawing tablet in Clip Studio recently? Hell yeah, dude. What have you been drawing? Ooh, I don't want that. Whoopsies, I just made that way smaller. I've mostly just been trying to fuck around with the program, trying to figure it out. Only actually drawing I've done so far is a drift loot. Oh, that's pretty cool, dude. I mean, like, digital work, especially if you come from traditional before, digital work is kind of a pain in the ass to get into. It takes a while to get used to it and to, like, fully acclimate, you know? I've always found it pretty difficult to get used to, but it took me a very, 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 very long time to go from traditional work to digital. I gotta take my watch off. It keeps buzzing. I'm so popular. Open up for me. Reach for you. Find out these formals. For you. Oh. It's like to be the left one standing. I was on fucking mobile before? Damn, bro. Mobile drawing is crazy. Just draw with a pen, guys. If you guys are using a mouse or you're drawing on mobile or with your finger, just guys, just use a pencil. What are you doing? I know you guys have pencils. I mean, I guess if you want to live on hard mode, go for it. But me what it's like to be the last one standing. Good evening, Cat Snagger. What up, Joseph? How you doing, dog? I'm getting my tablet in 2 to 3 months, which will be my first transition from traditional to digital. Why 2 to 3 months? That's such a long time. What it's like to be the last one standing. Shipment of my country, which Huion doesn't ship to. Damn. 3 months is a long fucking time, dude. My phone has a pen, so it wasn't my finger at least? Okay. The reason I said that is because I've seen people in the past draw with their finger, which is, like, insanely impressive. There's actually a guy or person on Twitch who draws with a mouse exclusively, and they're pretty good. Me? No, like a streamer. People doing homework in your Discord? Do you like to give homework to people? I have done. We used to do homework a long, long time ago. And then nobody ever did it, which is why we haven't continued it. Basically, Bobo was like the only person who did it, and then nobody else did it. We discontinued the homework series. Though we still do have a homework channel. I mean, look, if people want it back, we could maybe do it. But I just don't see the point if people aren't going to do it, you know? I'm gonna do the head homework. Do it, bro. People won't do it if you call it homework. It's bad advertisement. Call it an art challenge. Nah, it's homework, dude. You guys gotta get used to it. Time to grow up a little bit, you know? Sometimes you gotta do work to get good. I get what you're saying. I just don't. I think having homework is totally fine. Now, how's this looking? No, I went through high school and college by doing 0 homework and got 100% on the tests. Art's a different test, dude, you know? Yeah, but it's a test you can't fail because it's art. Well, if you work in a studio environment, you could definitely fail it. But I guess the equivalent of like not doing it is just missing your deadlines and stuff. That would be like your failure. $50 stream streak? That's crazy. It is, dude. Insane. Thank you for the 50 stream, dude. Thanks, Myth. Feel very lazy today, dude. I think this hair needs to actually come around here. How's the shoulder going? My shoulder's fine. I actually haven't done any exercises this week. I've been trying to pull off and just sort of focus on lower body stuff. My shoulder's actually completely fine right now. Which kind of just means I should probably just stop doing exercises, because they seem to fuck me up. Are you gonna post the head rotation animation in the Discord? I need a reference to practice heads from different angle. What I'm gonna do is, well, my plan right now, Black Knight, is I'm gonna keep, like, I want this to be like a top-down view. Then what I want is a 3/4 view of the same guy. Okay, so going this way, and then maybe a top-up view, you know, where everything's like looking upwards. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a template, and I'm going to post it on Patreon for free. So I'm not going to charge anybody, but I'm going to post it on Patreon, and people can just download it there. That's probably going to be what I'm going to do, you know? I'm broken, you can fix it, 'cause I'll do it. Babylon. Babylon. Again, I'm twisted. It's so quiet today. I guess it's Easter weekend. People are probably busy. Knack, I have to go. Something happened, but take care. I trust in your work. Trust it too. I believe in it. And I thank you for coming out, Rufflers. Hopefully everything's all good. You take care, alright? I appreciate you popping in. Has the fake side view angle ever felt hard for you? The angle where it's not side view, but also not 2/4. You mean like this one, like here-ish? Kind of. I think what I would do is I would just compress the eye even more. That's probably how I would tackle it. Basically, I take all the features of the profile and just shrink them and have overlap on the cheekbone and shit. That's probably how I would treat it. But yeah, it is pretty tough. This wouldn't be on that layer. Oh, I'm feeling this one. I think the way I treat it, Joseph, is just basically have it like I'm in this case. I'm just in betweening it, so I'm trying to make the eye slowly disappear, which means it needs to lose its horizontal width. And each frame, it's going to be the exact same eye. It's just going to be a little bit smaller, and a little bit smaller, and a little bit smaller. So if from like the profile, it looks like this, then the next one's going to probably look like this. And then the next one's going to look like this. And these lines are just going to get more and more pushed up. And then, you know, eventually it's just going to not even be there. I would probably not even draw the next one. I would probably just do something like that. But that's essentially what I would do. I'm only really tracking the horizontal width, not the vertical height of the eye. That's staying the same. That doesn't really change. But the width is what gets smaller and smaller as you go down. So while it's tricky, I think if you just think about it like this, it really makes it a lot harder to make mistakes. Much obliged. No worries, dog. And that's sort of how I'm thinking about every single feature. Because the rotation is only really on the x-axis right now, like I'm not adding any vertical rotation. Like this top one here, there's a lot of vertical rotation, Joseph. But this middle one here, it's all horizontal rotation. So all I'm really making sure is that as I'm getting closer to profile, the features of the face are getting more and more smushed. Unless it's a feature that protrudes from the face, like the nose, in which case it's going to get longer and longer as you get more profile. Run on, there's basically no nose, right? Like it'll look something like this maybe. But then as you go more profile, it starts to get more and more larger, and then, you know, depending on your nose shape, obviously. And that's where you can take some liberties. But that's sort of how you want to think about it. If the form protrudes off the face, as you get more profile, it becomes longer. If the form is within the face, then as it gets more profile, it gets flatter. Kind of. I mean, it's not that simple, but it's kind of that simple. Hi, Animation Dad. What up, Dally? How you doing, dog? How's it going? How's your how are your kitties going? I'm actually animating a line from Invincible today, like as a like fan art thing, or hell yeah, dude. I haven't really followed Invincible. I watched the first season. I thought the animation was kind of meh, so I just kind of stopped. I wasn't really into it. Have you seen Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3? Crazy. I have not, dude. I have not. I don't consume a lot of media these days. I feel like I have to. You know what I've been doing lately? All week I've been playing Ocarina of Time on the Switch too. I'm just playing retro video games. That's all I've been doing, bro. Me either, but the big monologue from the latest episode was great. Hell yeah, dude. Well, look, I'm down to see it whenever you're done. I don't know how long it takes you to animate. If it were me, I'd be working on it for 2 months straight. But, you know, maybe you're better than me. Sentai, how you doing, Sentai? What up? What's your favorite Godzilla movie? I don't know, dude. I haven't seen, like, any Godzilla movies. I mean, that's not true. I've seen, like, the old ones from, like, the early 2000s. Feels weird to say old ones. But I haven't seen any of the new ones, though I do hear they're good. Godzilla. I'm trying to look up all the Godzilla movies. Dude, there's so many. There's so many Japanese ones. Holy shit. I didn't realize there were so many. Yeah, the Godzilla in 1998. That's like the last Godzilla movie I think I've seen. Actually, that's not true. There's currently 38 films. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, not a lot. I haven't seen a whole lot. You should watch Shin Godzilla. It's by the guy that made Evangelion. I don't know. I didn't really like Evangelion, to be quite honest. I found it incredibly boring. I got like halfway through and then I just like fell off. I was like, this shit's not going anywhere. But the thing is, before you scream at me, I wanna say, everybody has told me the second half of Evangelion is when it gets good. So maybe I just didn't give it a chance. But the thing about the first American movie with Matthew Broderick is that they explicitly redesigned Godzilla to be sexy. You can find the concept art and design notes. Please link that, bro. I don't remember him being sexy in that movie at all. He just looks like a big-ass dinosaur. Did you watch the cartoon sequel to 1998? In Godzilla the series, Matthew Broderick's character is voiced by the main guy from the Sharknado movies. I have not. I have not seen it. I put my animation in the art share. Okay. Oh, nice, dude. I can't hear the audio. Oh yeah, now I hear it. Sorry, the music's like louder. Hell yeah! The movie industry has always been full of freaks. Guys, if Godzilla from 1998 makes you horny, I think you've got bigger questions to ask yourself, okay? I just don't see the sex appeal. It's a big lizard. Hey, there he is. What up, dude? How you doing? I'm doing good. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Nimnora. Nimnora raiding little old me. Feed. How you doing, dog? How are things going, Nora? Or Nim? Bombaras Clot. Amen, brother. Jamaican me crazy, dog. Doing good? Hell yeah, bro. I saw you're still working on Sasuke. You're getting into like snack level territory in terms of like duration for completing a piece. Today, guys, for everybody just popping in, we're doing a little head turn animation. Last week I was doing this little rotation here, and now we're doing the hair. So we're just kind of slowly making our way through this. The idea is that this is going to be a template for everybody to use. That's going to have a bunch of different head rotations and angles. It's going to show the geographic rotations along with cylinders and shit. So that way, you know, people can use this. It's going to be a free template that you can get off of me. And you'll be able to reference it for your art in the future if you'd like to. Zorks, damn it, I'm late. You're not late. You're just on time, dude. Nimnora, look. You know the deal, bro. Do you have anything that you want to share at all? Is there any art that you'd want to share? Perhaps your Sasuke? Who knows? Whatever you want to share, dog, you're more than welcome to drop the link. Also, if you got a dip, I know after stream you usually got shit to do. If you got things to do, bro, don't let me hold you. Get out of here. Uh-oh. I just found a spring, and I don't know where it's from. And my stylus broke last week, and I super glued it back together and taped it back together. And I'm thinking that spring comes from that. Whatever. It's fine. I'll survive, I'm sure. Not for now, but once I'm done with it, well, look, dude, you don't have to share exactly what you're working on now. You can share stuff that you were doing in the past. Also, Blue Wolf, how you doing? How's it going, dog? Also, I'm going to give you a shout out, bro. I didn't do that yet, because I'm a bad host. I'm going to let this run through while I prepare your shout out here. My mods are snoozing right now. Good luck with stream, man. Looking sick. Thanks, dog. If you got a dip, do your thing, bro. Don't let me stop you. Thank you for sharing your audience. I'm good, my sir. Excellent, dude. You've been drawing, Blue Wolf? You staying active in the game? You said you were taking courses, right? That's what you were saying in Octo's chat the other day. You joined like a class to work on the fundies. Also, for those of you guys who just joined us, if you want feedback on your work, if you want to know how to improve your art, I guess I should talk a little bit about me. We've done some animation stuff like this, a little bit more dynamic-y type stuff. We do illustration stuff like this, you know, character designs, whatever. We do more pencil-y work, whatever. I have attempted buildings, but we don't really talk about my buildings. But if anybody wants any feedback on their work, if anybody's interested on how to improve your drawing ability, you're more than welcome to join our Discord, post in the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, I will most likely give you feedback directly on your work. So, just something to consider if you're interested in improving your artwork. And today we're just doing this head turn. Right now I'm working on the hair, so it's going to be a little bit of a more boring stream, I guess. It's not quite, but... Anwa, how you doing? Oh man, dude, blast from the past. How's it going, dog? Anwar, I should say. How did you fix it? How did I fix what? I need more everything, but I'm doing my fundamentals at the moment. How did I fix my stylus? Fundamentals are important, dude. I'll come back to that in a second, but I'm just going to answer this question. How did I fix my stylus? So my stylus last week broke. It split down the middle. Like right here. Right on where the seam is. It broke off. And so I super glued it back together. And then I took electrical tape and wrapped it around it for like fucking 10 minutes. So I just have this giant pregnant belly of electrical tape, dude. My stylus looks like a snake that just ate like a deer or something. It's like completely swollen up. And it seems to work. Except now I realized after doing this that I left out the spring for what I think is the eraser. So my eraser is just sort of stuck in one position. But it works. I don't really have to do anything. I don't really need the spring. The spring's kind of overrated. So we don't need no spring. Is that springs? You dope. Not only as an artist, but an engineer. Thanks, man. My MacGyvered DIY bullshit stylus fix. I went to school for electrical engineering for two years to get a technician's diploma, only to fix my stylus in the future. Do you offer paid feedback or something? I'm going through fundies and I'd love feedback sometimes. Some Discords have like personal sketchbook channels. I do it all for free, Joseph. That's the best part. I could drop you the link if you want to join. There's no charge for it. I don't like gatekeeping artwork. I'll typically answer any question. I have considered opening up a Patreon tier that allows people to get access to like an hour of like coaching or something like that. Still kind of iffy on that one, but it is an option that I've considered. If I had enough people say they were interested in it, I'd probably do it. You know? Engineering is mostly tape. That's true. You glued your pen backwards? I don't think it's backwards. But I think I forgot the spring because my eraser doesn't bounce anymore. It's no longer perky, dude. It's all floppy. There's nothing to gain. Ko-Fi? Guys, don't go on my Ko-Fi. There's nothing there. Literally nothing there. OnlyFans is coming soon, okay? That's coming in the new year. I gotta build up enough content. Said it's just a phase. But how you doing, man? What? You still doing music production and shit, dude? Yeah? Have you ever done any orchestra style like I'm trying to think like Zelda, like temple music? Oh shit, no, Bad news comes in threes? I thought you were gonna say in 3 seconds and you were about to drop bad news. Oh, 0.3 and 3 out of 10. Nice, dude. News. When I was a kid, I listened to this song on repeat, bro. I was like so emo in high school and middle school that this song just sung to me. I was not suicidal at all, dude. This is a song about like killing yourself, I'm pretty sure. Or I think it's about shooting up your school or something. But when I was a kid, I was just like, this is so me, dude. This is so me. I was not depressed at all. My life is more miserable now that I'm an adult with responsibilities than it was when I was a middle schooler with math homework. The composition, that stuff's cool, but I don't study music, so I just do it on vibes. Okay, gotcha. Were you also around during the Naruto AMVs with Linkin Park music? Yeah, I definitely was, bro. That and like Rob Zombie like NHL like big hit compilations and shit. Ollie the Cookie, how's your day been? I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing freaking good. How you doing, Ollie? Snack only fans? One day. When times get a little more desperate, you know? The nice thing about these like front bits is I don't actually have to do them on the whole piece because his head is turned the other way. I do have to do them on most of the piece, though. Are you using reference for this? No. I did look at the Asaro head, I should say, when I first started out to understand sort of what proportions change on the profile head. Like, basically, what's the longest head? You know, I mean, I know a lot of this stuff, but it's just to double check it, basically. So I know now that when the head is from the front, the width is going to be very, very narrow. It's going to be the most narrow point. And when the head is profile, it's going to be the widest point on the skull. And so I had to track that for my volumes, basically. And then I factored in, you know, like, if a head has a certain curvature or if it protrudes more, it's going to grow more on a profile side and all that stuff. But generally, there's no one-to-one reference or anything like that. Today's my birthday, and also my first day off in about a week and a half, and I've been in bed all day. Is that good? That sounds awesome. Happy birthday, dude. We got a little tradition here. When somebody says it's their birthday, if you stick around to the end of this song, there's a very long song, actually. You'll find out what it is. Tanuki, how you doing, dog? So many April babies. People be fucking in... I gotta do the math. July? People be fucking in July or June, bro. It's a good time to be fucking, you know? No. Something about July gets people in the mood, I guess. It's the weather, bro. It's just good weather, you know? Those were the times, man. Yeah, they were. I feel like, you know what, Joseph? I was listening back to the old, like, Naruto Part 1 openings. They slap so fucking hard, bro. They still hold up. Stink injections in July? Stink injections. Huh? I want this to be a little cleaner. Anyways, keep up the good work, Big Rat. Do your thing. Get out of here. Get out of here, Tanuki. Thanks for popping by, dog. When are you going pro? You're goated. When am I going pro? Pro with what? Art? I've already gone pro. I've left the pro scene. I'm like a rogue ninja right now, dude. He's a Ronin, that's right. By pro, they're talking about the Only Mice link? Oh, you want my OnlyFans? Is that what you mean by pro? I didn't know you got down like that, Anwa. See, like, this whole area, I feel like I could have better line weight here. The line weight is just so boring, you know? Bro thinks he's Itachi. You know, Itachi, a lot of people, I don't do it on purpose, but Reddit keeps recommending to me these Naruto, like, power scaling subs, okay? And because of that, I see so many people argue on who's the strongest Naruto character. It's obviously Itachi, dude. People hate on Itachi so much, but he's the most cracked, like, shinobi in the ninja-verse. There's no debate, okay? Everybody wants to debate Minato, too, but it ain't even close. I don't know. Alright, bro. Crip, how you doing, Crip? I support all adult content. You want to see me spread my butthole on the internet, dude? Because that's what you're advocating for right now. I don't think anybody wants to see that. Jiraiya's underrated. I mean, Jiraiya's good. He's definitely, like, probably top 10 in the verse. I definitely don't think he's, like, top 3, though. I think Madara's stronger. Okay, well, I feel like if you get into, like, fucking Six Paths Chakra bullshit, maybe. But I don't even know, bro. Madara almost got one-tapped by fucking Guy, dude. Guy's obviously, like... Guy is also probably, like, top 10, but... Oh, yeah, this song is dedicated to Ollie. Happy birthday, Ollie the cookie. Moment of silence. You're Ollie the cookie. To you. Yeah! Happy birthday, Ollie! Congratulations on being alive. Keep it up. You're doing so good. I'm proud of you. Guys slept on. You sleep on a poisonous ant and it can kill you. My one gripe with Guy is that he should have died. Okay? I feel like 8 Gates, the whole point of 8 Gates is that it kills you. That's why it's like so goated as a technique, because it's like the suicide kamikaze technique, bro. But all he has is like a bad leg. That's so dumb, dude. I hated that. He should have died. Guy should have died. I don't, like, want Guy to die, obviously. But I think he would have been the perfect candidate to die at the end of Naruto. It would have been the most awesome death ever. It just feels like the 8 Gates fell flat. Let's just pretend Boruto doesn't exist. Boruto's a fever dream, dog. It doesn't exist. It reminds me of the thing that happens to Gon in Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, spoiler alert, everybody. I'm not gonna spoiler anything. But yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it. I feel like if you're using death techniques, you can't retcon them to basically have your protagonist keep living afterwards. It removes the impact of the technique, you know? And I feel like if you're gonna have a main character do it, you gotta commit to his death, bro. You gotta commit. Hunter times Hunter. Hunter squared, exactly. Just do the Death Note move? Exactly. Yeah, bro, if I ever finish this comic that I'm working on, very, 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 very slowly, and without any backgrounds, if I ever finish that shit, my characters are not gonna have... Like, if they have suicide techniques, they're dying, bro. Spoiler alert. Can I see it? I mean, it doesn't exist. I did some exploration stuff. I had, like, some stuff planned out and some roughs that I started working on and some beginner like things. And I have like a giant OneNote with a bunch of notes on plot and shit like that. Can I see a storyboard? There's really nothing to show. There's like this basically. It's like an open sequence. I got stuck when I decided to do like an environment and I was like, I don't know how to do this. And then I realized I don't know how to do buildings and then I gave up. It was very pathetic. Zoomies, I need to see it. Is Hunter multiplied by Hunter good? Yeah, dude, it's cracked. I actually really fucking love Hunter x Hunter. It's just, it's like, Ian, Hunter x Hunter was peak Madhouse. It was basically Madhouse when every cracked animator was still at that studio, before Bones existed, and then they all, like, broke up and split off to different studios. Because after Hunter x Hunter, the last good show the Madhouse did was the first season of One Punch Man. And then after that, Madhouse disbanded. They didn't, like, disband, but all their, like, their big animators, they all split off and made their own studios. And that's where Studio Bones came from and a whole bunch of other shit. But, ad time. Alright, while you guys are watching ads, I'm gonna go get some agua. I'm a little parched. A little dry throat boy. Give me a second. Alright, we back. I'm yet to watch season 3 of One Punch Man because I'm worried about the animation. I kind of stopped after season 1, you know? So in my mind, One Punch Man is preserved as this great thing. If you just think of season 1 as the whole show, it's fantastic. I love Jujutsu Kaisen because it's the fusion between JoJo and Hunter x Hunter. Pretty sad. Rip Madhouse. Yeah. I mean, Madhouse did a bunch of crack stuff, I think, back in the day. I'm trying to think what else they did. They did, like, did they do Samurai Champloo also? What did... Madhouse did a bunch of shit. Maybe they did Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, too. They did... Let's see. Hajime no Ippo. They did... They did Beck. Death Note. That was another one. No Game, No Life. Weird ass story, but, you know, good animation. Ace of Diamond, One Punch Man, Overlord. All Out. I remember them doing... Oh, they did Frieren, Beyond Journey's End. I don't think... Yeah, they just did a lot of, like, really good classic stuff. I feel like I'm not doing any justice. I feel like they did so much more than what's on this list. Trigun. Anyways, they did a lot of cool-ass shit back in the day. Initial D also, yeah. I want to restart Initial D at some point too. Hello, hi, how are you? What up, Dave? How you doing, dog? I'm chilling. We're talking about old Madhouse before they disbanded around the One Punch Man season 2 time period. I know they did other shit. Oh, I mean, they did Hunter x Hunter, obviously, that too. But yeah, I would really recommend Hunter x Hunter. The one thing is it's not complete. The mangaka, I don't know if he's lazy or if he's fucking dying of cancer or whatever. If he is, then I feel really bad saying this. But he needs to finish that goddamn story. It's one of those cases where the mangaka is just not producing more chapters, so they ran out of content. So they just kind of ended the story. But there's a solid, like, 100 and something episodes. I'm doing fine, eating, chilling. The tall Joker dude in Hunter x Hunter gives me the ick. I don't know the story, though. I mean, he's a pedophile. So, that makes sense, dude. It would be weird if he didn't. Actually, it wouldn't be, because, like, people have normalized him a lot, but he is supposed to be a creepy weirdo. Hisoka's cute, though. He is kind of a sick character, but he is still, like, a creepy weirdo. A bunch of Hunter x Hunter chapters are ready. He's back drawing. They're just holding them for periods with a better series or something. It's too bad they can't just, like, reunite all the old animators, you know? Is the short kid a kid or actually 100 years old or something? The short kid a kid? Like, is gone? Like, the main character? Like this guy? Yeah, that dude? No, he's definitely a kid. They're all kids. Hisoka is a pedophile, like, unironically. It's not like a... It's not like a thing people say just because, like, it's a bit, you know? He's just straight up a pedo. Yeah, that dude, beautiful rendition, thank you. I figured, you know, there's only so many dudes with hair like this. It's either Gon or Bart Simpson, so... Anime. How's school going, Dave? You learning? Did you see Studio Grekel's latest Hades animation before the studio ended? I did not. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do the side of the hair yet. I think I'm gonna erase it out just because it's too distracting right now. I don't like the way it moves. This one's fine, this one's okay. Don't like this one. Definitely don't like that one. Definitely don't like that one. Definitely don't like that one. Just all of them, really. What do you think's the most important thing in life? I mean, it's gonna vary from person to person. If you have the opportunity to, I would say be selective with your time and understand that that's your most valuable resource, I would say. And I think that's also a double-edged sword because if you're stuck in a position where you have to do shit you don't want to do all the time, it could really fucking suck. But I think, you know, time is important, and it's probably one of the most important things in life, in my opinion. And it's broad, and people want to use their time differently, so I think it covers all of the variability of the things that, you know, could vary from person to person. But I think across all people, time is probably one of the most important things. New semester didn't start yet, but I don't know. School's decent, given it's not the program I wanted. I should start preparing for C# programming so I don't fall behind. Mino likey programming. What, are you doing? You're doing like game dev or some shit, right? Or like some sort of like, you said it. There's like coding involved. What's good, gang? What up, Mikashi? How you doing, dog? Games in Unity. Got it. Nightmare. Yeah, I actually meant if you spend your time, what do you think is important the most? Love, family, friends, career, art, gaming, pets, something bigger? I mean, again, I'm going to caveat by saying that question matters is gonna have a different answer depending on who you ask. Guns? Yeah, guns. I think if you're asking me, which I assume you are, what do I think is the most important thing in life? I think I have this internal drive to feel like it's hard to talk about this without like sounding like I have a fucking crazy ego. But I feel like ever since I was a kid, I've had this like weird internal feeling, and I was talking about it with my buddy the other day, and he's the same. Like he's just kind of goated at what he does, like way better than I am. And we talked about it, and I feel like I have this thing inside of me, and he has this thing too, that just is like this weird. It's not like a superhero complex, but it's like this concept that like your life should amount to something great at some point, or some sort of contribution, or some sort of mark. And I feel that intrinsically, really, really strongly these days. And I say that specifically because it's an emotion that varies from different points in my life, where I'll feel it more or less at different times of my life. But these days, I have this internal drive inside of me to pursue art to like a really aggressive degree, to the extent that my body will let me, because I have a shoulder injury, so I still have to limit my time. But I do have this internal belief in myself that I'm going to do something crazy at some point in my life, or something worth remembering, I guess. And that's sort of my drive, and it's sort of my core, my guiding star, if you will. Beyond that, time to myself I really enjoy. I see my family a few times a year, so I'd be lying if I put that at the top of the list, because I just don't put as much time towards that as I should. Friends I see pretty regularly, maybe once every week or two, couple weeks every week, on a weekly basis. Career I fucking hate. If I didn't have the job I have, and I could dedicate all of my time to drawing, I think my life would be much more happy, and much more enjoyed, and much more satisfying. Pets I don't have any currently. Gaming, I play like a little bit of video games. I know you're not asking for these specific things. I'm just running through the categories. But I think really intrinsically, the thing I think about the most in my life, and the thing that pushes me the most in my life, is art these days. And I have this really strong intrinsic sort of, almost like, it feels like a purpose, that I have to produce shit. I feel it. It's so real to me, dude. I don't know how to explain it beyond like that hunger is just so fucking aggressive. And it's not always like that, and I'm sure maybe in 5 years it won't be as strong. Maybe it'll come back and it'll ebb and flow. It's not always going to be to this degree. But I think when I'm in an environment, in particular with my job, where I don't really enjoy my job or my career, I think like the stuff that I think about more. I think more about the stuff that I value, and I think creating really is one of those things. How much of that drive revolves around external validation, leaving a mark, materializing as popularity, reputation? I mean, a lot of it. I think the reality is a lot of humans sort of like will say like, oh, they don't care what other people think, or they don't care what other people believe, or whatever. It's like, oh, I don't care what people think about me. That's bullshit, dude. I obviously care what people think about me. I want people to like my work. I want people to like me to the extent that I think is appropriate, and that they like me for good reasons or whatever. But like, I think there's no denying that like that drive also comes from like a desire to be accepted or valued in some sort of like social capacity. So yeah, I'd say like I don't know what percentage of it is like intrinsic and just me. Like if all humans on Earth disappeared tomorrow and I was the only one around, would I still keep drawing? I don't know. That's a really difficult question to contend with. I like to think I would, but I don't know. In which case, would that mean that the majority of my drive is for social validation? It could be. What does that mean about me as a person? You know, is that an insecure thing? Is it secure because I know it? I don't know. You tell me. You be the judge, you know? But I do think there is a reality where people do things because they want the approval and the respect of others. And I think denying that is just not true. I think humans are social creatures. It's unlikely that people are doing it 100% for self-interested reasons. I think people really do it for external validation to a degree, but I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know how much of it is that, and I don't know how much of it is I just like doing it. I probably would, to be quite honest, keep drawing, even if there weren't any people around. I just like doing it. But I do think that it's amplified by, you know, being able to share it and being able to put it out there for other people to consume. So, I don't know. I don't know either. I like to think about it though. I think I'm probably very extrinsically motivated by social pressure as well, right? Uh, there is no denying that truth. And I think there are a lot of things that I don't value that a lot of people do value in life, I guess. Um yeah, I don't know. Like I know like a lot of people, I have friends whose entire life purpose to them is basically to have children, you know? Or to like be in a happy, fulfilling relationship. I can't stress how much I don't care about that shit. I genuinely don't. Like, I feel like if I was alone for the rest of my life, but I got to draw, I was respected for it, I think I would be fulfilled, you know? I don't particularly want children or anything like that, but I feel like my drive and my passion for art is the same degree that people who say they want children or have the need for children as a purpose. I feel like it's the same thing, dude. I think we're talking about the same thing. And it doesn't have to be art. Some people have it with their careers, in which case, awesome, good for them, you know? Some people have it with other stuff, music, relationships, whatever, dude. Whatever your thing is, there's no one thing that's better than another. There's no, like, one value or purpose or drive or hobby or interest that you have that is better than another person's or has more value than another person's. It's all just sort of relative to you and the things that you want, and that's sort of what I think about it. Anyways, that was a really deep question, and you know, I think I answered it thoroughly. But yeah, is it a push towards your comic or just art in general? Art in general, honestly, the comic is kind of tough because I can't draw backgrounds very well, and I'm kind of stuck in a position where I kind of have to have like a background training arc if I want to continue the comic idea, or I find somebody who can do backgrounds and I collaborate with them. In which case, I have to put a higher degree of commitment to it because now there's another person dependent on me, and then that degree of commitment kind of scares me. So I don't know. I'm in a weird spot with the comic stuff. I like to do it for myself personally. When I think about it being judged, I have a death spiral. What do you mean? Do you think the pressure of other people consuming your creations like destroys you? Or Joseph says, I think the most important thing for me is balance. I'm asleep. Always a pleasure, cats. I'm going to post on the Discord one of these days. Thanks for all the great tips. Do it up, Joseph. I'll be nice. Don't worry. I'm not going to eat your shit. I wouldn't eat anybody's shit, for clarity. I don't do that, okay? It's not that kind of channel. I may be an animal, but I'm not that kind of animal. No, no one can judge you. Only God can judge me, dude. Big ups, God. I'm not particularly religious at all. It is fun to say that, though. I'll have to disappear for a while if I'm not back. I hope you have a good stream. Hey, peace out, dog. I appreciate you, Dizzy. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for doing all you do as a mod. And, you know, take care, dude. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Then where does all that piss go, dog? My toilet eats it. My toilet chat loves piss. You have no idea. My toilet loves piss. It just freaking does, dude. Nancy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing, Nancy? We were just having a deep existential discussion around, you know, purpose and how we feel purpose and where our purpose comes from. And then you happened to raid me right as I started talking about piss, which is pretty much on brand. So welcome in, guys. How you guys doing? Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. Cozy Biscuits redeeming the jiggle? Ain't no way. What were you guys up to? I saw you playing Hollow Knight. Were you gaming? Were you winning, son? What we're doing today is we're continuing this animation. I more or less sort of figured out the head rotation, and now the next step is to add the hair. And so right now, that's what we're doing. We're doing the hair. That's not the hair, that's not the hair. But this is what we've been doing. I absolutely was not winning, Dad. Well, shit, you know. There's always tomorrow. Thank you for the raid, dude. Do you want to share anything by chance? Is there any art that you would like to share? Don't be disappointed. I would never be disappointed, dude. You're my favorite child. Don't tell the others. Tell her to go get some rest, but she just got here, dude. 4 out of 10 burp. Because everything comes out the other side, dude. I'm not pressure backed as well as I could be. I'll be heading off. Cheers. Alright, peace, Black Knight. I appreciate you. Guys, real talk, we were having a deep conversation, and I was wondering what you guys think about it. Basically, the question that somebody asked was, first of all, their question was, you know, what do you think is the most important thing in life? Which is like a fucking crazy question to ask a guy with mouse tits on the internet about life advice and deep philosophical life advice like that. But I did my best. I basically explained it from my perspective, where I said I have this deep, strong fire inside of me, and that fire is stronger or weaker at different points in my life. At this point in my life, it happens to be pretty strong, where I have this drive to create, and that's probably one of the most important things in my life. And then we got into this idea about like whether like this drive is extrinsically motivated and like comes from a desire for like social validation. And I think, to be honest, the majority of it probably does. You know, I'm a human being. I think that makes sense. And I'm curious, do you guys have anything in your life that you feel really strongly like almost like a divine force? Like, and I'm not religious, guys, but like a big divine pressure to be like, this is what I was here to do. This is my purpose. This is my thing. Some people it's having kids. Some people it's loving their partner. Sometimes it's hanging out with your friends. You know, whatever it is for you, I'm curious. Let me know. And with that, Nancy, if you want to share any art from a previous stream or anything that you were working on, feel free to drop it in chat, dude. Sleep. Sleep's interesting because it's like it's such a large portion of your life. It almost makes you question whether, like, you know, your conscious life or your life awake is any more or less real than your sleep state. Because everybody sort of takes sleep as this thing where it's like, you know, you sleep and then, you know, you wake up and now you're in reality again. And sleep is just this thing that everybody, like, blows off as like, well, you know, sometimes weird shit happens. But it's like, everybody does it. It's half of most people's lives. Like, what's up with that? What's going on in there, you know? If you feel like you have a fire inside of you that might be heartburn, I would get that checked out. I did just eat McDonald's, so... Nope, I'm in the void realm. The void realm. That's fine, dude. I'm here to laze around in my bed all day. Let's see. When I sleep, I can legally use guns. That implies that when you're conscious, you can't legally use guns, which there's other things to unpack there. I don't know if I want to on stream. Alright, we got a big fat media link here. What do we got? Oh, yeah. I was there for this. I seen this with my known eyes. Let me pull it up on a different... We'll pull it up here on this illustrative page. So tiny, dude. Why is it so small? Check this shit out. This is what Nancy was drawing. And Nancy, where can people follow you? If they wanted to follow you, where could they do it? What do we got? We got a Blue Sky, an Instagram perhaps, maybe a Fur Affinity, maybe an OnlyFans, maybe a Rule 34, maybe none of those last three. But whatever you want to link up, dude, go for it. This is sick. This is really nice. Yeah, because Discord can't handle my fat PNG exports. You got a fat PNG. Linktree? Okay, there we go, guys. You guys know what to do. Your Linktree's dead. It didn't work for me. Is it just me, guys? Or is Nancy's Linktree not working? Just you? Not working? I'm being gaslit by Solo right now. Just tried, didn't work, worked for me? Nancy, how are we supposed to see the Fur Affinity if you're sending me a dead link, dude? I swear it worked for me, but also I'm a Brit. It could just be region locked. I'm North America. I'm Canadian, so. Would you take it all away? Germany? Okay, well. And it didn't work for you. Well, poo farts, I guess follow me on Instagram. I already do. But everybody else, go follow Nancy Deer Start on Instagram. Nancy, your links don't work. Oh, that's not a link. That's just you putting dots. Got it. Alright, now I need my freaking timeline back. Way, can you rock it all the way? Normally, I'm not so bad at this. Good lord. Please follow me. I already am, dude. Nancy, obviously, you know the deal. If you gotta piss, shit, crank hog, whatever it is you gotta do after stream to unwind, don't let me stop you, alright? But obviously, I want you to hang around. I'm desperate for your attention. Much like everybody else's, as we just went through my social validation needs. I don't know that I feel it as a higher power or inner fire, but visual art has always been a North Star to pursue. Something I feel a calling to, but it also fluctuates in intensity. And I guess experiences like not getting into this specific art uni on 2 occasions makes me realize it's a more nuanced thing than this is what I'm meant to do. The thing is, dude, what I've noticed is the points in my life where the fire has burned the hottest for wanting to create has always been accompanied by a point in my life where I'm also coincidentally in an environment that I fucking hate, okay? And in my case, it's my job. I find my job incredibly boring. It grants me a lot of stuff that I think is awesome, and I can't really trade for the world because it's just, it puts me in a great position. But I think, like, you know, the stability and the finance aspect and all that stuff is great, but it's just so fucking draining, dude. It's, like, soul-crushing. And as a consequence of that, I feel like outside of that environment, my drive to create and to be a creative is just so much more intense. Because there's, like, some part of me that's like, well, if I just really pursue this with, like, insane aggression, then maybe it'll free me from this other environment. But it's never the case. And I know this because when I started drawing, I worked at Subway for 4 years. Well, that's not true. I guess I did end up working in animation after that. But, like, the point is, you know, my drive is always stronger when it's paired with something that I'm miserable with. If I was doing this full time, I feel like the drive would die. I straight up do. And I feel like I have to be in a miserable space to have this sort of other space where I'm going crazy mode, you know? But the issue is that the miserable space is disproportionately more time than the crazy mode space. And so I can't go as hard as I want in art because I have like a 9 to 5, you know? There's only so many times of the day that I'm alive and conscious. I'm alive all times of the day, I should clarify that. But I mean, like, there's only so many times of the day that you're conscious. Milodon316, thank you for the follow. Do you have a drive to prove yourself that you can achieve it? I do. And I think a lot of that comes back from, okay, we're getting into, like, this is basically like a psychoanalysis dump. But I think when I was in middle school, I went to a private school that was pretty heavy on academics. And that private school had, like, social hierarchies that were really focused around grades. And I wasn't a bad student. I wasn't a great student. And I just kind of, like, passed. And I didn't really give a fuck about grades. The last thing I really gave a shit about was school and academics. I just did not care at all. And I feel like I got very, not bullied, but I think people treated me like I was way dumber than I was. And when you're 13, you know, 14, you don't really realize that your worth and who you are as a person and, you know, your personality and all that stuff is not actually what other people think it is. I don't know how to explain the insecurity of a teenager, but that insecurity was so strong in me that I genuinely thought I was just like a dumb person. And I found it so frustrating all the time because I didn't feel dumb, but I was like, I must be, you know? And it wasn't until I got older and I had a lot more experiences where it's like, you know, I hung around people and I was like, oh, you know what? I'm not like a genius, but I'm certainly not an idiot, you know? And it wasn't really until I started doing art and where I was like, damn, this is something I can actually really see myself getting good at, that confidence sort of really skyrocketed. And for me, I feel like art has been sort of a really big source of confidence in my life, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this discussion. But the point is, I feel like there is a part of me that residually still feels like I'm that dumb little kid that has to prove himself. And just because of that, I put so much effort into every other aspect of my life that I think has value. And I clarify with that because I don't think that I'm putting like maximum effort into domains I just don't think are that important. But yeah, anyways. Dark Creation, thank you for the follow. You sound very chipper tonight. Thanks, dog. I try. Because I didn't have work today. My downfall is being willing to help. My downfall is being too willing to help that led me into getting into trouble with quota stuff. And even when I brought it up, they said stop helping. I couldn't, otherwise others fall behind. And I was like one of two people able to do that stuff. Oh, that's a tough one, dude. Yeah, that's a tough one. I feel like I have that issue too. And you can definitely tell when people come by me, like my channel, and they ask me for feedback on their work. I have a really hard time saying no. Obviously, I do say no. When I'm like in grind mode and I'm getting shit done, I'll definitely say no. But generally speaking, I do certainly struggle with saying no to people when they're asking me for like help and advice and stuff like that. So I can relate to that, Solo. I don't know that I do it to the detriment of my own progress, but Frog Glasses, hello, Big Naturals. Those new... Oh, you're not calling me Big Naturals. Oh, hello, Big Naturals. Those new... They've been around like maybe a year now. They're redeemed. So if people don't redeem it, they just they go unnoticed, you know. But they are around. How you doing, Frog? Also, we got a little follow just now. Theo Weiss, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Frog, I got a question for you. And if you gotta lurk or you gotta take off, maybe we'll hold this off. But I'm curious, because we're sort of talking about this stuff, and feel free to not answer if you don't want to, but we're all just sort of going through a discussion around drive and purpose, and you know whether the urge to create is from the perspective of, you know, wanting social validation, if you would still create whether people didn't exist, or if you feel like you have this thing to prove, or you feel like you have this drive within you, like you were born to do this shit. And I'm just curious because you're a pretty skilled artist. You're here on Twitch. Shout out to Frog Glasses, by the way, guys, if people are looking for somebody to follow. Frog Glasses is a fantastic artist here on Twitch. And I'm wondering, dude, if you have some sort of almost drive that is just sort of felt. It's not like this thing, but it's like I don't know. To me, my drive, I was describing it earlier, and I was saying it fluctuates in intensity. Sometimes it feels stronger, sometimes it feels less strong, and it just depends on my life circumstances. Right now, I feel like the strong passion to create. But I'm curious, and anybody else is welcome to answer this as well. If you guys feel like you have something like that, it doesn't have to be for art, but anything else. But I feel that I was an autistic ADHD kid, and I was often misinterpreted as me being stupid, and I got made fun of for being slow because I spent all my time drawing. That's funny, because I didn't start drawing until like my early 20s, basically. So I was really late to the game. But probably was for validation. Now it's for money, but personally, it's a life purpose. That's kind of how I feel, less the money part. I feel like for me, it's like, and I said this earlier, and it's hard to not sound like I have an ego when I say this, but I feel like ever since I was a kid, I've had this like superhero complex where it's like I have this fake, whether it's fake or not, I feel it and it feels real, but I have this this belief that I'm meant to do something great or achieve a degree of greatness in some sort of domain or skill or something like that. That it's just like, it feels so real, dude, and I've always felt it. I don't know, dude. It's probably ego, but it's probably one of those things where it's like, whether it's real or not, and whether I'm actually able to accomplish the things I believe I can, having that belief in itself is like the catalyst that you need to actually be able to get to that point, probably. So it's one of those things where it's like, people who do great things probably have it, but people who aim to do great things and fail also probably have it. And you won't really know which one of those two categories you'll fall in unless you give it a go, So, I don't know. I've actually been thinking about making music. I've never made music, but I've got a burning urge to make music right now. I think you should do it, dude. I think you should do it. I think it'd be genuinely very sad if I never made a mark on culture with my art in some way. I think that's true. I have chatters sometimes because I offer feedback on the channel, and I feel like sometimes I have chatters that pop in and they do like a drawing, and I see that they implement stuff that I've done, right? Like sometimes I'll do these like textural like little lines in hair, like these sort of line things, and I've seen some of my viewers start to implement that stuff, and to me, dude, that is like a degree of like satisfaction that I can't explain. It really feels like a generational passing of the torch to me, where it's like, man, like I'm not one of those people who, like, if somebody emulates or does like something similar stylistically to me, that I'm like, oh my god, they're copying me. To me, it's like, bro, I just fucking, like I don't know. To me, that shit is like, I don't know. It's so satisfying. I can't explain the level of depth I get satisfaction wise from like seeing people implement stuff that I do in my artwork in their own stuff. So all that to say, guys, I'm never gonna get mad at you if you implement my stuff. Obviously, don't trace my shit or whatever. But I mean, like, if you like my work and you wanna steal a little bit, I ain't gonna get mad, dog. I ain't gonna get mad. I'm just going through my shit right now. But yeah, I don't know. That's sort of how I feel. But fuck me, cats. You just flew past peak. Thanks, dog. You peeking? Am I peeking? Dolo, I missed your message earlier. You said, like, I was welding, and big overhead crane moving. There were like 2 of us that could use it, and then set up machines for me, etc. It drained me till I handed in my notice before I got fired. Also, the level I was drinking when I got home didn't help the cope. Yeah, dog. The drinking does not help. I've never been a big drinker. I was definitely like a stoner, like probably to the point where you would call it addiction. I mean, it was, when you're doing it every day or whatever. So I can relate to a degree, but yeah, drugs are a dangerous crutch, All I ever did was draw. My mom said when I was assessed for autism that I refused to do anything else. I draw every chance I got, apparently. I have a buddy who's one of the best animators I know. Like, and this guy, in my mind, he's sort of like a guy to surpass, okay? And I hope he's not here, because this is going to go straight to his head. I'm going to check the fucking community right now, because sometimes he lurks. Where's his ass at? Okay, he's not here. But sometimes, when my buddy's here, or when this buddy in particular has like a lot of compulsions, like he has like Tourette's, and he'll have like other compulsiveness, and a lot of his compulsions are soothed through drawing. And so he almost has this like weird double-edged cursed sword, it's like a double-edged sword where it's like both a curse and a boon, in the sense that he can mitigate a lot of his like mental health issues by drawing, but also he has like the mental health issues in the first place. And I feel like that's such an interesting like thing. It's almost like he's got like a superpower that's like a weakness in a way. It's so like he's like the most goated fucking animator I know, And so I don't know. I just think that's interesting. But I also feel like I have a purpose to listen to others. I've always felt like I'm here to provide people with care. If I never became an artist, I'd definitely have been a nurse in another life. That is interesting. I feel like, like how people say, like, those who can't do, teach. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I love teaching. Like, I love when somebody asks me for feedback on the Discord, or if they post in the critiques channel, and they're like, "Hey, like, how do you do this thing? How do you draw a head from this perspective? You know, how do you do that? How do you do this? Whatever." Like, that stuff, I love that shit. That's why I'm building this, like, head template, right? So people are gonna have something to reference. Obviously, I gotta finish this guy. There's gonna be a couple head angles that I'm gonna work through, but I feel like there's so much satisfaction. There's so much satisfaction in helping other people improve. And when you see that improvement, it almost like genuinely makes me emotional, you know? It's a great feeling. Solo says, Band Labs is a fun thing to play around in there. A tune of free sample stuff. I could probably share it with Snack or Nancy's Discord if you want to see what's possible. Snack, if you have a music share for people that have made it. I have a music share. I would say, honestly, dude, Solo, if you've made music, post in the art share. Music is art, bro. If you're creating art, that's what the art share channel is for. I think, you know, whether you're doing plushies, whether you're doing sculpting, whether you're doing art, like visual art like I do, you're creating music, you know, whatever it is, dude, I think, you know, if it falls under the category of art, and that's a broad category, just throw in the art channel. Oh, this was an issue for me too. I didn't bring any art things on holiday, and it really bothered me for a whole 2 weeks. See, that's interesting. I've always felt like I needed to build systems in my life to be able to consistently draw. It's the reason I have a stream schedule. It's the reason I'm actively streaming, you know? It's because if I didn't do it, I'm at risk of falling off. Or at least losing my consistency. And that's an issue. Oh yeah, you have a natural ability to teach. You're extremely funny and approachable. And I know you're a faceless cartoon mouse on the internet, but I think people can tell you have a knack for it. Yeah, plus, my penis is huge and I'm extremely handsome, which really helps with teaching, personally, I feel like. Anyways, that's just my opinion. But, no, I'm just kidding. I know thank you for all the compliments. It's hard to not make a joke out of it, but... Yeah, I do like teaching. There are times where it frustrates me, I think. I think when you know, yeah, it's tough. I don't want to like be mean to people, you know, but I think there are times where, you know, you push somebody in a certain direction over and over and over and over and over, and it just never gets there, and it can be sometimes frustrating. But that's very rare, and I feel like most people apply what I say, and it's always nice to see when it gives them positive growth. Nah, you radiate short chud energy too. Sorry, aren't chuds like conservatives? I'm pretty sure a chud is like exclusively like a conservative dude. Is that not the case? Isn't a chud like some loser conservative guy? I feel like I'm like a soy jack, if anything. You know, I pog out to like Nintendo. If I was less socially aware, I'd probably wear like Triforce t-shirts and fucking like flat brim caps with like Deadpool on it and shit. I guess draw an insane amount I draw an insane amount these days. Full-time illustration job and then 8+ hours when I get home. It's hard to get me to stop, but I need to for my wrist health. I feel that, dude. That's for me. That's the same with me with my shoulder. I have to always sort of moderate how badly I abuse my shoulder. Blue Wolf says, I need to open my mind to illustration more. When I took my illustration class in college, I almost died and lost pretty much the whole class to coma brain. I need a full recap of illustration. What do you mean, like, literally you were, like, medically, like, comatose? That's crazy, dude. Is that why you're doing, you're taking art classes again? I think, you know, I think it's respectable to get back into the art fundies, dude. They're really important, you know? I feel like a lot of people try to... What's the expression? Something sausage before the sausage is made or whatever, something? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. You know, it's... You say you draw a lot, Froggy. For me, I feel like streaming, I get, like, no art done. Like, this whole stream, I've just been yapping. And, but what happens is after stream, that motivation, like, continues. And I've got, like, this momentum to actually do, like, focused artwork. So usually I do my stream. I do my little yap sesh for fucking 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever. And then I go on to draw for 4 or 5 hours afterwards, depending on what time of day it is, right? But that's sort of been the way things have gone for me these days. Jadu, no, the big dick energy comes across. Well, I am a mouse, so we have like basically what to humans would be considered micro penises, but we do have disproportionately large testicles though, so you take your wins where you can. It's become associated with conservatives. It didn't start like that though. Okay. This makes me miss teaching, baking, and cooking. Damn. Crip, I think, you know, like if you ever get the opportunity to one day, I think you should just chase what you want to do. But I think Crip, your thing, and we were talking about it like not too long ago, but your thing with like bone carving and shit is incredibly unique. It's like it's a form of art on Twitch. Also, guys, if there's a mod here, can we give a little shout out to Frog Glasses? Can we give a shout out to Cryptic Kitchen? And can we give a shout out to Blue Wolf D, and also Nancy? Because like Nancy rated me, obviously, and all these people are creators here on Twitch. Crypt does she does bone carving, which is fantastic. She's unlike me, Froggy, and Nancy. She's not a PNG tuber. She's a filthy flesh tuber, but we accept them here anyways, you know. And so, but I would recommend go checking them out. I think Crypt does really cool stuff that I've never seen anywhere on Twitch before, and she's definitely worth giving a look at. Nancy's a fantastic artist in her own right. This is what she actually drew. Where the hell is it? It's on one of these freaking pages. There it is. This is what Nancy drew, and she shared with us after the raid. She's goated, dude. And Frog is also a fantastic artist. And Blue Wolf is also a fantastic artist. Almost like very comic booky as well. I missed the other one. Blue Wolf D is the other one. Unless, Cryptid, Frog, Blue Wolf D, Nancy. Yeah. But yeah, dude, I don't know. It's, anyways. I don't know where the fuck I'm going with this conversation. I was just kind of, stream of consciousness going off about all the sort of intrinsic mental battles I have around, you know, my worth and art and all that shit. God, glazed me too much. Hey, bro, get glazed. What can I say? The amount of glaze I get here, I gotta glaze it out a little bit. Otherwise, I'm just covered in glaze, and we can't give the chatters what they want, dude. I gotta clean it up off myself a little bit, you know, spread that glaze. Thank you, Snack. I was really touched that you said I should raise my comm prices the other day. I mean, I think you do. You should, bro. I think the reality is, Nancy, like, I can't remember what you said you were charging for this piece, but it was, like, astronomically too low. What did you say you were doing for this? I have a very relevant question. Do you like hyperpop or EDM? Bro, I listen to anything. And Frog, if you wanna queue up whatever you wanna listen to, just go to the bubble at the bottom there, click request song, and drop a Spotify link in there, and it'll queue it up. Just make sure it's a Spotify link. Otherwise, sometimes it just kind of fucks up if you just say the song or whatever. But yeah, dude, whatever you guys want to listen to, go for it. Unless it's Monastery Bells on a 10-minute repeat, then I'm banning you. But otherwise, it's free for all. 35 euros. Yeah, dude, 35 euros for this is like, nah. Nah, bro. This is $100 minimum. 100 USD minimum. There's no world where you could be charging. That's not the euro symbol. Whatever, dog. I'm Canadian, all right? I don't know this shit. Cut me some slack. I'm a dumb North American, all right? Pounds, whatever. Same diff. GBP, but still. All right. No, but yeah, dude, it's not enough. Whatever it is, it's not enough. Okay, you should be doing 100 USD minimum for shit of this degree of render. Genuinely. Now, look, if you feel like you struggle with getting commissions and you want to lower your prices a little bit, that's fine. But I think, you're way more skilled than what you're charging right now, and, you should be charging more, in my opinion. Bro, I'm not even joking. If I did commissions, just like a fucking, like, torso piece, like, just like, I don't know, like a random sketch, maybe not, like, just line, but I'm trying to think of, like, an example right now. Maybe, like, something like this guy here, colored, I would probably charge a minimum of 120 USD, just for, like, half body, you know? I would extort chat, okay? But that's because I also hate doing commissions. I have a full-time job, so I don't really rely on them. But also, you know, I've also got years of experience, just like you, Nancy, so... People are paying for that experience and that knowledge you have. Even if you don't have a lot of experience doing commissions, that's not what people are paying for. They're buying a product off of you, but... Bro, you gotta, like, triple your prices. That's what I'm saying, dude. Actually, I was gonna send you an album for you to listen to that came out yesterday that made me so emotionally invested in art again and describes the creative process so well in a way. You can send me an album if you want. I'll queue up a few songs. What's your job? That's a mystery, my friend. Unfortunately, it's classified. Just know that I work in corporate Canada and I do boring... I'm a white-collar worker. That's it. I stare at Excel spreadsheets all day, and more or less just that. Just for personal listening. All right, let me. I'll take a little listen. Which song? If you want me to, I'll queue up a song right now, Frog. Which one of these do you think would be one of the? Which ones would you like me to queue up? If you had to choose one, or is it really one of those things where you just have to do the whole thing? Same, but LA is a banger. LA. I don't think that's on there. That's actually spitting me because I'm 2 days older than Nancy and I have none of that experience. Jadu. I started drawing when I was like 21, 23-ish, roughly. It was like 2016 and I'm 31 now. You guys could do the math. But like, you could just focus, just like hyper focus, really work at it, and you'll get there. And first of all, I really want to stress, guys, you don't get good at art overnight. You don't get good at art in a year. It's going to take you several years, but you're going to get those little 1% incremental improvements over time. They're going to compound into a lot of improvement, you know? So don't beat yourself up. Trust the process. Just have faith. It really is one of those things, dude, where you have to learn to enjoy doing it, and you also have to sort of have almost like blind religious faith that you are going to be good one day, because art is one of those things that is so difficult to track. It's not like bodybuilding or something where you could take monthly pictures and see yourself month to month and be like, damn, I'm looking fucking rippling, dude. It really is like one of those things that's like really visually difficult to see. And it comes with the time of training your eyes and observation, blah, 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 blah. Point is, just keep it up, you know? I believe in you. Same, what'd you say? Same LA. All right, let me cue that up. Wait, I don't see it. Oh, I see it. I see it, my bad. I'm blind. We've got a couple songs ahead of it right now. I'm going to move it up ahead of solos because you told me to queue that up. And then Solo threw his thing in there, so I'm just going to reorder the queue. Don't worry, Solo, I'm not getting rid of your thing. I'm just moving it up. Moving it down one song. Just to keep things a little chronological, but... Jadu, I know you're practicing hard. I've seen your progress. You take on advice, and I give others. Your skills are improving. Trust you'll grow before you realize. Jadu, your first drawings that you sent to me, I wish you could, like, go... You could probably actually just go into my Discord, go into the critiques channel, and see the art that you posted, like, 5 months ago, or whenever you joined the channel, you know? And just see how much you've improved in that time period. And it's, like, it's astronomical, dude. Like, you're improving, okay? It just doesn't feel that way day to day when you're looking at your own shit, you know? You just kind of wake up one day and you're like, damn, I'm actually pretty fucking cracked. But you're basically going to go through this ebb and flow of being like, I'm dog shit, I should give up, to, wow, this is the greatest thing ever, I'm God's gift to art. And then you're going to go back to being like, it just sucks, dude. Why did I ever do this? Fuck this shit. And that's going to be your entire life in art, guys. You're just going to forever go through that cycle of thinking your shit's ass to thinking you're the greatest thing ever. But what happens is over time, your frequency of producing good shit goes up. And your frequency of producing bad shit goes down. And eventually you're producing more good shit than bad shit. You know? But you gotta just stick with it. But you're still always gonna have the bad shit. You're gonna have the bad weeks where you're gonna think your art is trash and you're gonna want to give up. But it comes and goes, bro. And just get comfortable with that emotion because it's not going away. Makes sense why he has a furry model? That's right. All corporate workers are furries. I'm not a nuclear physicist, dude. Jadu, I know you're practicing hard. I read that already. Art is stored in the Gazongas. That's true. Also, there is a little bit of an urban legend on this channel. It's still unconfirmed whether these are my giant mouse tits or my giant mouse testicles being pressed up through my shirt. It really is a Schrodinger's nuts / titties situation, but... I think people should also try 3D sculpting in Blender. It forces you to think a lot in 3D environments and makes you understand volumes better. Yeah, for sure, dude. And I think, honestly, another thing, if you really, really want to test your knowledge of, like, anatomy and 3D models and all that shit, or 3D understanding, or, like, understanding of three-dimensional space is what I mean, try animating something. Just, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to worry about timing and stuff. Just try and see if you can rotate an object in space. That was good. Schrodinger's nutsack? Exactly. Guys, I've been yapping so much. I'm gonna get some water again. I'm just gonna check when the ads are coming up. Ads are coming up in 1 minute. Since I'm gonna go get some water, I'm just gonna run them now, alright? I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Sorry! BRB. We're back, and I brought a little carrot. And when I say a little carrot, I mean, it's pretty fucking massive, but... Don't make me open Blender, please. I don't know if you can hear me because you might be watching ads right now, but what do you do in Blender? I've made a 3D neon logo in Blender before. That was an interesting experience. I've never used Blender. When I was in college, when I went to animation college, we used Maya, which was a really annoying software. I just remember really hating Maya. It was such an annoying software to use. Oh, that is not right. That ain't right either. That ain't Falco. Sorry, my mouth is full of carrot right now. Give me a second. Caballo homosexual de las montañas. The fuck? Well, all I did was watch one video on YouTube and use that info and translated it to my logo, and it worked. I did it in like 3 days, but I could have done it in a day by the end, I feel. Yeah, well, that's the thing with like using software like Blender or, you know, Toon Boom Harmony is as you gain more experience, you just move so much faster, dude. This is not curving right. Carrot snack, exactly. It's getting too thick. Alright, sir, I got a show to do. I'll leave a lurk up and probably hit you up for advice soon as well, if that's okay, of course. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Hit me up. Thank you kindly. Do your thing, big dog. Big wolf. I'm trying to watch my tangents here. This homosexual mountain song is pretty good, dude. Homosexual mountain song. The song is called Caballo Homosexual de las Montañas. That's what it is. Don't hate the play, dog. Hate the game, alright? I'm just reading it out. I didn't queue it up. I never know how to deal with tangents in animation, because they do happen so often when things are moving. My approach with tangents is just to not connect the line. I mean, honestly, you could probably just ignore them. Because I feel like because of the motion, it's not going to be really apparent. I think it might be a little more obvious and a little bit more of an area that you'd want to focus on if you're like, let's say, doing a key pose or something like that. But if it's like a random in-between, which this kind of is, you could probably just ignore it. In my case, because I'm taking some stylistic liberties, I'm just gonna like not connect these lines here. Because otherwise it would tangent with that piece and you get this weird dark clump here that I don't really like. So I'm just gonna leave the line disjointed. And I feel like you're just not really gonna feel it. That's my guess, is you're not gonna feel it, you know? It's a beautiful song about a gay horse that lives in the mountain, how other animals fear him for his inappropriate romantic advances. Alright, dude. I think it's sick. I think it's just genuinely a good song. I don't care what they're saying about it. That would be my approach. I will say, though, try to keep your key poses tangent-free. I feel like if I was in studio, my supervisor would probably ding me for tangents. A lot of shows will also have style guides on what types of tangents are okay and which ones aren't. So if you ever work in a professional studio, they'll give you a list of situations where tangents are okay and when they're not. And like what I mean by that specifically is like sometimes, let's say you're doing an eye. Some shows will be like, it's totally okay for you to have like the pupil flush to the edge like this, you know? And then other studios will be like, no, they want like some scleral show. So even if the character's looking that way, there still has to be some sort of space between the pupil and the sclera. So like little stuff like that, you would usually get a style guide. I don't think when it comes to like animation, tangents are as big of a deal as things like backgrounds or, you know, illustration. Just because of the movement, it's a lot harder to catch them. But if it's a key pose, I would probably watch out for it. That's what I would say. That would be my approach. I don't really like that. I have to do some hand animation this coming week, but I did not study animation, so I'm a bit scared about tackling it. Hey, well, dude, if you need any help, my DMs are open, bro. I'll give you some feedback if you want it. If you want it, of course. The option's always there. I don't mind helping out a fellow streamer. It's for work, so actually, I'll ask if I'm allowed because of NDA. Oh yeah, fair enough. I've been there, done that. I get it. Well, if you know what the action is, I can tell you how I would approach it with timing and spacing and stuff. You don't have to tell me what show or what the character is or whatever. But if you tell me what the action you're trying to do is, I could probably go over that and just sort of like talk about how I would potentially try that. God, this is looking so clunky. I got so much shit I gotta fix on that hair section there. I just really don't like the way that's wrapping. I'm gonna come back to it. I want to sort of fix the form here in general. Yeah, I think the issue is I want more volume as he turns here. I think he's getting too much mass loss. I think also this area, there's too much volume. If I describe it, I'll sound like I'm writing fanfic because I work in an adult furry toy company. I don't care, dude. I've had the craziest shit in chat before. I'm not stressed at all about a couple furry gooners. Like, it feels like it wraps. I don't find it appealing. I think what I need to do is start erasing some lines here as it turns. So I think these lines need to be a little bit more connected. So it feels like more of a chunky piece. Like, this should probably all just be one thing. This should probably also be one thing. I do need some separation there. Fuck. That one's a tough one to do. Nah, like, it's just straight up porn. It can be straight up porn, dude. I'm not gonna do it on stream. I guess, you know. I don't know how to do, like, an analogy for this. If I were giving advice on, a pelvis having hardcore sex with like a penis having hardcore sex with a vagina, guys, I would probably space my timing out a little bit like this. So I think you thrust in really quickly, so you're gonna probably have most of your frames at the start here, and I'm probably gonna favor that pose, and then this pose is gonna have some probably around here. Maybe space it out more. Probably something like this, spacing-wise. And then what I would probably do is on this frame here, I would add some sort of smear or, you know, blur effect. And then as the penis, as the cylinder, okay? As the cylinder enters the tube, okay? You would have a follow-through. So I would add like a slight sort of... It's very hard to explain without drawing. Let's say you have a fist about to punch a face, okay? And the face's mouth is open. Okay, I would probably have some sort of antic pose. What fucking frame am I on? I would have some sort of antic pose to start. So maybe like right here, I would have the fist wind back to build up anticipation. So maybe have the fist do something like this. And then have the fist sort of... Right now, the fist is going kind of up like this, and I'm going to have it loop into the open mouth here. They hire him. I missed the window. That, and then, you know, as it's coming down, it's going to be real slow here. I might even have this on like 2s or 3s or something. Or not 2s or 3s. 3s or 4s, I mean. You know, something like that. And then as it shoots here, probably around here, I need that face to be static on every frame. Should've just done this on another frame. Add a little bit of stretch, or squash, I guess. Where's the mouth at? I'm just gonna do this. Big Titty Rodent, how you doing? What up, Con? How you doing, dog? Hey, Snack, how's it going, Chain? See how that looks. Just my starting bit. You get the idea. You get the idea, right, guys? The term's about to be over, so is my Twitch channel soon, dude. Keep going. Are you almost there, Nancy? And then this is just basically gonna go in. And then what I would do is, as it goes in here, the mouth is going to stretch from the pressure of the fist going in. I'm trying to think if I would stretch it and push it this way. I might, actually. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this whole thing. I'm going to shift it over. And I really want to really milk this impact moment. How would you show it being wet first? I'm going to leave that to you guys, okay? Gotta leave some creative liberties, you know? Please draw the rest of the face before you get banned. It's a face, guys. Now I would do it probably a little faster than that. So I think what we need is probably more more of a feeling of stretch. So probably something like this. I'm gonna bring this back also. I don't really need that. I'm gonna probably stretch. Anyways, I would do some sort of pattern like that. And then, you know, as the hand comes back out after punching somebody in the mouth. Seems like you have experience with it. I don't. I've never drawn smut in my life, guys. This is as close as you're gonna get to it. I'm not even joking. I've never done not safe for work art. And then I'd have the arm sort of come up. Like I said, we're sort of milking this position here. I don't know if that's gonna feel good. It feels a little weird. Maybe I would curve this a little bit just to feel the arc be a little bit better. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I think it probably needs to come out a little faster. Anyways, you get the idea. But essentially what I would do is I would have the timing be really, really tight at the start of the action. Make sure he's going back for a wind-up. So if you have like a starting pose, let's say. Let's call it A1. Start. Position. I would do an antic. And I would slow into that antic. So maybe the antic's like, I don't know. Something like this. A2. Antic. It's more of like a breakdown, really. And then somewhere around here is going to be like A. And then you'd slow out of this. Wind into the antic. Slow out of that. And then really just fucking... just absolutely slam into that mouth. You know? How does it feel to have thousands of Canadian dollars just within your reach? Don't tease me, bro. Don't tease me. Don't call me to the dark side. I'll do it. I'm not that much of a prude. The fuck? This last little arc here is not working. I think what would be better is if it came down and reset the other way. So maybe something like that. And then I would have it come back. I don't know, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. This is how you punch someone in the face, guys. Kind of choppy. I'd have to work it. Worst case scenario, dude, there's tons of reference on the internet, you know? Anyways, I'm gonna get rid of that. You can always come back to the VOD if ever you need to. The initial thrust is probably the timing I would use for the punch. Obviously, we're drawing how to punch somebody in the face. But you just, really the foundational thing is you want most of your drawings at the start of the action and fewer as you move into the thrust. And then once the thrust impact happens, then you would have more frames for readability. Basically, you can use more frames to have an action read more, if it's a really, like, complex action. Like, if you're throwing a punch, you would actually have more frames at the final key pose where he's extending his arm out after having punched for better readability. Whereas, you know, actually, I might have an example. I did do a little quick punch animation. Not quick, it took me a long-ass time, but... Where the hell is it? I think it was this one. Let's get rid of the plane here. I gotta get rid of the hair also. But essentially, when you do a punch, like when he throws a punch, to have it read, you need some frames to hold after the punch goes through. So if you're punching, you've got that punch. This was like a double quick jab, so you're not gonna have a lot of follow through. But when he does this big hook here, there's a lot of frames here. Like he punches, and then he lingers here, like he's dragging out a little bit as his body resets. And the bigger the punch, the more the follow through, right? And you want to show that twist in the body. That really helps to sell like a punch, let's say. I know we're not talking about punches, but it just helps with readability. Anyways. Are we talking about punches or penises? You know, they both kind of have the same dynamics. Having sex is basically punching with your penis into a vagina and or butthole. How to turn people's faces into a donut. This is how you you do a donut. This is how you stick your finger in a donut. This is how you glaze a donut. You guys get it. Remember, guys, if you're having sex, you're just punching the uterus with your dick. Exactly. That said, happy Easter, guys. Happy Easter. Happy Jesus Resurrection, guys. Oh, shit. Horrifying take, thank you. This is a straight man teaching everybody how to have sex and gay sex, okay? You're welcome. Don't say I've never done anything for you guys. What if we mass report snack? Well, then you'll lose all of this wisdom forever. Oh, I almost said my penis. My punch is still on the canvas here. Let me. Still up there. Your penis is still showing? Hard to hide it, you know? Oops, that timing's a little weird. Why are we skipping here? Oh, it's because I get it. Okay, we're good. Okie dokie. Thanks for including the gays. I know my demographics, alright? I know my demographic is straight horny ladies and gay men. And Jadu. Straight man here. Trying to take all the credit, huh? I thought Jadu was a white gay woman. Gay woman, straight man, same attractions, really. Oh, fuck, I'm on the wrong layer right now. Why is... Oh, I know why. That is literally the opposite of what I am in every way. I low-key just watched the entire second season of Freerun. Have arrived. Sorry for vanishing, Nancy. Nancy forgives you, trust me. Is Freerun good? Is Freerun that good, guys? I keep hearing about Freerun. I haven't watched anime in fucking forever, but, you know, the amount of people I've heard talking about Freerun, maybe I gotta get into it, you know? Maybe I'm missing out. Sell it to me. Yeah, my volume drops way too fast. I think it needs to actually grow here. Like, those other two definitely grow big time. This one does not, for some reason. And then these really sort of... They don't need to grow, but they certainly don't need to go away as fast. Chat, what the hell are we about to listen to? This is about to be some has-been hotel shit, isn't it? Maybe. I could tell just by the intro. Try that. See if that feels like it holds volume a little bit better. Right now, I just feel like I have too much volume loss. That's a bit better. Still feel like, you know, it's turning too fast almost. Like, it grows too fast here. Probably needed to hold at this volume a little longer. Shit. That was not my last tool. Oopsies. Still Lunarion, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Freerun has a simple but emotional and very human story. Also, the action animation sequences are really good. Okay, you know what? I've been meaning to check it out for a while, so I'll probably peek it. You know, it might actually be the first anime I watch in a long ass time. I'm sort of like slowly over time reverting back into my normie phase, dude. All I watch is like hockey and I play like classic retro video games. That's not really normie, but it's closer to normie than, you know, other things. Now, I'm basically like 1 degree away from being a Funko Pop collector. Freerun's a slow burn? That's okay. I don't need like super high octane shit all the time, you know? Freerun's beautiful, the animation's insane, the intro for the second season, entirely hand-drawn, amazing. Oh yeah, dude. I was watching Freerun this morning, can confirm it's great. It has a lot to say about cherishing your friends and family. Okay, respect. Respectable theme. It really made me think a lot about all that stuff. You don't realize how short-lived life is until it's too late. Funko Pops, I have my negative opinions about these ugly things. God, I hate them. Look, I'm not a Funko Pop collector, guys, okay? I'm just saying, my temperament, if I cared less about, like, how I dressed and all that stuff, I would hard spec into, like, you know, Nintendo nerd. I'd be wearing Triforce flat brim caps, fucking... I'd update my Instagram profile to show my age as my level, you know? Every time my birthday comes around, I'd say level up. I could get really millennial cringe, dude. I'm just saying, I hold it back. But I know my heart and soul, it wants it. It wants to be a cringe millennial. I didn't realize the Funko Pop comment was going to get so much vitriol out of people. What are you wearing right now, Snack? You know what's funny? I actually am wearing the stupidest fucking shirt ever. I'm wearing a neon orange t-shirt that my buddy bought me in high school, covered in shirt and holes, and it says on it, on the front, in really faded font, it says, Goku died for my sins. I don't, like, there's no, I don't even know why, like, he doesn't die for people's sins in the show at any point in time, but... Bruh. You guys asked. I am also wearing pants for the first time in, like, forever, dude. Normally I'm pantsless, just because I feel like, you know, if I can preserve my clothing, I will, but... There's something about their giant fucking square heads that gets me riled up, man. They're like, what would happen if Minecraft went horrifically wrong? If we, like, Minecraftified the world? Pants in your home? Heathen. That's true. And my button's done. I'm really formalizing it today. Normally I'm slutting it up on chat, dude. I'm not wearing, like, any clothes most of the time. I'm wearing underwear, but... and a blanket. But I'm being a Puritan. It's Easter weekend, you know? We gotta keep it holy for the Lord. Does that feel more solid? I don't know how I feel about that. Saying that after what you drew earlier is giving me whiplash? What, you don't think I can draw a little bit of action animation with some fists punching some mouths on Easter weekend? Is that what you're saying? I didn't know you were a Bible thumper like that, Glad. Usually I don't wear pants, but cold. That's true. Being cold, but the solution is a blanket, dude. Pantsless blanket combo is peak. It's peak comfort. Are your legs hairy? Yeah, kind of. They're not like that hairy. I have like the weird like bald spot on my calf. You know, like the boy bald spot. Like there's like hair here, but there's just like a weird like patch of no hair like right here. I thought that was your flat ass. Yeah, guys, this is me. I have like the fucking Mario build. Or Luigi or whatever. I've shown you guys what I look like a million times. You know what I look like. This is me. He's literally on screen right now, guys. That's right. I'm a mouse. If you have style while being hairy, you're certified Harry Styles. Amen. Male pattern baldness. It is weird that there's just like a patch of no hair on my legs. I'm a mouse, so. Are you a hairy mouse? I mean, I am covered in hair. I am a mouse, dude. Hairy knees? I do have hairy knees. I have hairy toes, too. I got, like, hobbit feet. That's not even a joke. My feet are, like, very hairy. I feel like you guys are fucking cranking hog to this, dude. I don't know if I want to keep explaining this stuff. I got like toe knuckle hair, and then I got like this stuff here. Basically, I got hobbit feet. No, haha, draw your feet, it'll be funny, haha. Yeah, uh-huh. I know you're gripped up right now, dude. It's okay. There you go. There's my disgusting hobbit foot. I'm a hobbit from the waist down? You just have like a hairy dick? What does that mean? I will sleep now. You guys have fun? Question mark. Whatever this is, we're having fun. You go sleep. All right. Draw around your foot on the tablet. Oh, like I did with my hand. This is my hand. Here, I'll do a hand outline. I can't draw off the canvas, but oops. There you go. There's my hand. It looks like a turkey, dude. Nice thick index. Thank you. This is my index. Now you guys know I have all my fingers. And you know that I got the boy index to ring finger ratio. If I outline my hand. Why is your pinky so long? It's not. This is like my hand, like flat. So this is my pinky. This is my index. My middle finger. And my ring. No penis? No penis. I don't have one of those. I'm all balls. Boy index to ring finger ratio? Oh yeah, I guess if you don't know this, women have a smaller range between their index and their middle fingers, or their ring fingers. So the ring finger on women, now obviously this is a generalization, there's going to be a lot of instances where this doesn't apply, but generally speaking, boys, because of testosterone in the womb, are going to have a larger distance between their ring finger and their index, whereas women are going to be very similar in size proportions. Bro, I got boy hands. Aced. Teed up, baby. Oh no. Huh, fun fact. Fun fact. Now, obviously, guys, this does not apply universally, okay? This is a generalization. Generally speaking, men's indexes are going to be disproportionately smaller than the ratio that women's indexes will be to the ring finger. Women's ring finger and index tend to be a little bit closer in size, if not the same size. But there are cases of the opposite, obviously. Just gotta throw that out there because we are on the internet. My index is almost a whole knuckle shorter. For real? Than your ring finger? That's cool. I once saw a video about that. A scientist predicted the outcome of a 100-meter dash between a group of athletes, and he only got 2 of the placements wrong, if I remember correctly. What, like he did like a placement based on the ratio of index, like differential? I think it is like a testosterone thing in vitro. That's my understanding, anyways. So people with higher testosterone in development are going to have a larger ratio. Bye, man. I've got fucked up hands. It's why they make terrible drawing references. My hands are really small. I don't know why. I have very small hands. I don't have like any strange, like my feet are normal sized. I just have very small hands for some reason. I don't know why. What happened to the foot drawing? Here, Nancy. Here's a little foot drawing for you. There you go. Is your second toe longer than your big toe? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure my big toe is the longest on my foot. I'll take a look. Yeah, my big toe is... I will say my second toe is pretty damn close to my big toe, but my big toe's still noticeably bigger. I had to take my sock off for that, by the way. So you're welcome. That one's on the house. Me. I have hypermobile hands that bend wrong. Are you one of those people that when you flex your thumb, they do like that weird thing where like the thumb kind of looks like this? You know what I'm talking about? Or like those people that can like do like stair step their fingers in like a weird way? It's about me. Mine go 100-degree bend in the wrong direction. I cannot. My thumb is so straight, dude. This is literally the farthest back I can flex my thumb. Okay, that does not look like a thumb. That was my thumb, guys. Oh, hold on. Hold on. That was my thumb. Oh, shit. I'm never tracing my thumb again on stream. Penis reveal. It was not my penis, guys. It was my thumb. Draw around your dick on the screen. No, I'm not doing that. I know a guy who could bend his fingers until they hit the back of his hand. Insane. Oh my god, dude. That just sounds like a injury hazard, bro. Still need to be higher up here. Huge head on that thing. Okay, let me redraw my thumb, because I feel like I made it look like an uncircumcised cock, and that was not intentional. And I think you need the index to understand contextually. Still kind of looks a little sus. It looks so small. Oh no, I unscrewed the lid on my frickin' pen. Oopsies. From running it along my finger. Pull back the foreskin? There's no foreskin on my thumb. That's a little too high. You got 2 dicks? I don't. I did hear about a guy that did, though. I don't know if that's real or not. So somebody said that was like a real thing at some point, but that could just be like an urban legend, you know? I don't know if it actually is real. Do it. Makes sense. Better, faster, stronger. It is real? I remember the subreddit. Oh yeah, he did an AMA, right? That's what it was? How do you know, Crip? It's a pretty popular like thing that was going around in the millennial generation. Much like me, Crip is also level 30 minimum, I think. Some people get 2 dicks, while others don't even get 1. Life isn't fair. True. Ladies, I'm sorry for your suffering, okay? If it were up to me, periods would be illegal. True feminist, level 30. That's right. Funny enough, my ex-boyfriend showed me the pics. That's on brand, dude. I feel like if I was somebody's ex-boyfriend, which I am, I would probably have done the same thing. Nature is just so fascinating sometimes, you know? Almost level 32, shit. I'm about to pog, dude. I'm soy facing right now. You can't tell, but my mouth is fully extended. My little chud chin is like compressed. Still think this would gain more volume, I think. Does it gain more volume? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that would gain so much more volume. What am I doing? I don't want to work these over. Still gaining more volume here, I think. But the hair's starting to go back, because it's on the other side of the face. Hey, Grandpa Snack, what up, 8? How you doing? Snack, you gonna be 33 in June? No, I'm gonna be 32. I'm just a little baby, dude. I'm just a freaking, I'm just baby, dude. That's what they say. That's what the millennials say these days, huh? I'm starving? How you doing? Go eat, bro. What are you doing? I'm not gonna feed you. Okay, I think it works better with that spacing. He drew what his cocks look like. What his cock looks like. I did not draw what my cock looks like. Twitch mods, if you're watching right now, this is fabrication. It's not real. Please don't ban me. And any animations I did earlier were simply educational animations on how to punch. He drew a foreskin and everything. No, I did not draw foreskin. Oh, put whiskey in your tea, didn't he? I know. That's the impression I'm getting. It's sort of thumb-sized. I don't know if he was semi. The only thing that gives me a semi, dude, is your mom. Everybody knows that. That's not changing. I'm loyal to your mom and your mom only. I'm delirious from this cold. Do you have any plans with these animations, or are you just blowing off some steam? This one in particular is going to be a template for people to download. The idea is I have right now in this top corner, I have a head turning like front on all the way down to show how that impacts the rotation. This one in the middle is just kind of going to be like a little flex piece. But I'm also going to do this guy in 3 different modes. So 3/4 turning, turning up, and then maybe another one, I don't know, maybe another one turning diagonal down. I don't really know if I'm like, we'll see how I'm feeling at that point. But then what I'll do is I'm gonna make a Patreon. It's gonna be free, okay? So this is gonna be a free tier, and I'll just throw it up there. And if people want to download it, you're more than welcome to do that. And hopefully it helps you with self-critiquing your work in the future. Very nice. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Oh, you're streaming right now. Multitasking. You're got a few lurks up. Same, always. I really do hate that they got rid of the more than 2 lurks thing. You can only lurk in like 2 channels now, apparently, before it doesn't count as a lurk. Great, I'd love to see how it turns out. I've always been fascinated by seeing animators work. It's just really long, tedious, and it feels like it never ends. That's animation, you know? And especially animation while live is just like, because I'm yapping so much, it's even slower and more tedious. And I make more dumb mistakes because I'm not actually paying attention very well. But I appreciate it nonetheless. The same feeling when working on comics. It can take quite a while to get things to fall into place. Yeah. I think with animation, the issue is sometimes like things could be technically executed well, but they don't feel very good from a volume perspective. A lot of volume, especially if you're starting off with just a flat 2D image like I am, with like this drawing here, let's say. Actually, it isn't even this one. It's this one. A lot of the stuff that's seen on the backside, I kind of have to just make up. Because, like, it's not really defined on this 2D plane, right? Because it's just sort of a flat base image. And so a lot of that stuff is, that's where the complexity comes from, where it's like, how much volume do I want it to have at a profile point of view? How much volume makes the most sense based on the 3/4 view? You know, those are sort of like the tough decisions. Beanwa, how you doing, dog? Shit, my bad. My internet bugged out while you were explaining. What I was saying was basically, since you're starting from a 2D drawing, okay, and when you're animating it, especially rotating, the three-dimensional stuff, like the Z depth, let's say, because like when you're doing a flat front-on drawing, you're basically operating in the Y axis and then the X axis, right? But when you're drawing or animating, you're also thinking of the 3D plane. But when you're animating, you have to actually show the Z depth, right? Because you have to define the length on things as it turns and all that stuff. And it's kind of just a guessing game, and you kind of just do it in whatever feels right. But there's no like right answer. But there are some that just look better than others. Like when I'm doing a profile face like this, I didn't predefine sort of how far back the hair goes, how far forward it goes, all that stuff. I kind of just have to make it up and hope I do it well, you know? So that's sort of the tricky part with animating. How's your head turn going? It's going, dude. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm on the hair now, so the actual head itself is defined. Honestly, now that I think about it, I don't know why the fuck I put so much effort into, like, rotating the skull. I'm just gonna draw hair over it anyways. But you know what? It's fine. I love this song, dude. Wouldn't it help a lot more to have a reference sheet? Although I do get you're mostly winging this character, though. Yeah, it would help a lot more to have a reference sheet for sure. But the thing is, like, even if you're doing like a reference sheet, like, you still have to figure this shit out. So it's basically like what I'm doing here is I'm doing a reference sheet in motion. But like the issue is that because it's rotating in a 3D plane or in a 3D axis, I guess, or 360 axis, I have to make sure that my references are accurate. Whereas I feel like if you're a character designer, you can actually get away with flubbing some proportions and stuff. But if you do that in animation, you're gonna feel it, and it's gonna be really weird. So I don't know. I don't feel like there's much of a difference between doing a reference sheet and just sort of freestyling it as I'm doing this animation. But separate the view as a copy so people can see it. Oh, you mean with the head and the skull? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, actually. Because I do think that, like, it really helps to see sort of how, you know, the back of the skull grows. Because the thing is, when you're rotating a form, if one part of that form protrudes more, and like on a skull, there's a lot of curvatures where some curvatures are protruding more than others. For example, like, this part of the skull here is going to grow faster than this part of the skull down here because there's more volume. And so as you're gaining volume, as you pivot into profile view, this is going to actually grow with more spacing than this is. And stuff like that is really, really, really hard to track in your head. And but it's helpful to see in animation. And that's why it feels so voluminously correct, I guess. I don't know how to, like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's the same with the nose. When the nose goes into profile, it's going to grow with more volume than other features. And so just balancing all these spacings and stuff is just kind of a bitch, but... Like, now I think this has to start decreasing in volume. The reason being, it's because he's profile now, and because the hair is on the sort of farther side of the central line of his face, this hair here, while his head is still growing and becoming profile, this hair here is now rotating farther back. It started its turn this way because it's ahead of the nose and the mouth and all that stuff. So while the nose and mouth and stuff are still growing, this hair now is going to start decreasing in volume very slowly at an accelerated rate. So this frame, I think I'm going to do pretty tight. And then the next one, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it do a pretty big jump in spacing. What up, Damon? Or just cut corners and rotoscope? That's right. Just trace everything, guys, and learn nothing. You'll be fine. By the way, guys, there's nothing wrong with rotoscoping. I just think if the point is to really learn how to think in three-dimensional space, understanding this stuff is really, 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 really important to do in practice. Honestly, chat, I could talk about art shit fucking forever, dude. Where's the lose the boobs reward? It's the flat as back one. If you do flat as back, there you go. Sweet release, dude. My back is free. Found it. Being able to talk about art shit is a great quality for an art streamer. Yeah, you'd think so, huh? Like this one, we're gonna get a big jump in spacing. Even on this one here, I think I could push the spacing more. I'm gonna try and leave it like that for now, and then we'll reassess. But this is probably gonna be like a pretty big jump in spacing here. Sorry about the troll response. I forgive you. Shazi? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shazi Art. How you doing, big dog? Welcome in. Gather in, gather in. How you guys doing? How's your little art sesh? Did you get a lot of work done, Shaz? The Shazster. If you want to share anything, you know the deal, Shazi. Link it up. Shazi Fart? That's right, Shazi Farts. My best friend. Yes, sir. How you doing, Snacky Wacky? I'm not that wacky. I'm a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs sometimes, but I'm doing good, dude. We're just friggin' figuring out this guy's freaking hair, you know? Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Because it hurts. Don't speak. What you say. Here's what I've been working on. All right, we got a IBB link. Okay, we're getting into the clothing and folds arc, huh? All right, let me pull this up. Is this Zelda inspired at all? I know you're a pretty big Zelda head. We're gonna put you up here with Nancy. Holy size! All right. It just reminds me of the Master Sword. I'm not gonna lie, it's got that Master Sword like shape to it. I think the Master Sword is a little bit more like this, I guess, but it's got that arc, you know? He's unoriginal? Uh-huh. I think he's doing a fantastic job. And you're being too mean, Kimdo. Don't bully Shazi. Thank you for the shout out to Shazi. Shazi, you know the deal. If you got a dip, if you got shit to do, if you got to poop, pee, cum, whatever, if you wanna take off, I'm not gonna stop you, dog. I'm not gonna stop you. Do your thing. Get out of here if you need to, or hang around. Dealer's choice, really. And also, Shazi, if you want to drop any links to where people can follow you and where they can see your work, you're more than welcome to drop some links, you know. Rule 34, OnlyFans, Per Affinity, whatever you got, dude. Drop it up. Hey, Dickin, how you doing? Hi, everyone. Sorry I didn't get to say hi in the other stream before the raid. It's okay. I forgive you, big dog. Don't mind if I do. There you go. I'm already following you, so my job is done. What frickin' thing am I doing? There you go. Shizyart Mini Tokyo. Mini Tokyo. Hello, Snack. How much longer you'll be streaming today? I'm enjoying myself. I might go a little longer. I don't have work tomorrow or today. I didn't have work today at all, so I'm not exhausted as I normally am. Somebody earlier, I think it was Nancy, said I sounded chipper. And it's probably just because I didn't have work, to be quite honest. This is just, you know, this is the state of a man who, Oh, wait, are you streaming on Friday? It is Friday, dog. You didn't have work today? I did not. This is just the emotional state of a man who enjoys his fucking peace and quiet. And not sitting in a gray cubicle all day. What do you actually hate about your work? Is it just that it's outside of the field you'd rather be working in because you did say that your manager wasn't terrible? I love my boss. She's fantastic. Shout out to my boss. I'm not saying her name, but shout out to you. Boss, you're great. You're fantastic. All of the colleagues I work with are incredibly awesome people. My job is just super duper duper boring. It's not like, that's my gripe. It's really like, it feels like being in high school again, where I'm staring at the clock all day waiting to fucking leave. Okay? That's where it is. It feels like I'm being tortured. I hate that feeling. That's where it is, dude. My job is, I mean, it can be stressful, but honestly, when it's stressful, I kind of enjoy it more. I enjoy the stressful part of my job. I don't enjoy the not fun part of it. It's just boring, dude. Would it be bad if you asked for more responsibility? That's a dangerous, with compensation. Yeah, that's a dangerous thing to ask for, because I feel like they would give it to me if I asked, but I also feel like you know, it means that I would have a new problem, and I feel like do I want the problem of being overworked, underworked, bored? Like, it's sort of like a balancing game. And I feel like if I can preserve my energy for after stream, where I can focus it on shit that I actually want to do, then it's probably better. So I don't want to burn myself out while I'm at the office, you know. But back to what Jadu was saying, it is also part of the fact that I worked in animation, and I really, really enjoyed working in animation. I just didn't like the pay, and I didn't like the long hours, but I would like to be in animation again at a much higher salary. And if that were possible, in a stable way, you know, where I'm not going to lose my home or whatever, then I would do that. But I just find the industry so sketchy, stability-wise. So really, it's like, I don't know how to like explain it. I would rather be in a stressful work environment. That's tough. I don't want to ask for a stressful work environment, but at the same time, when I'm in a stressful work environment, I feel like I do better, or I feel better, you know? I actually really quite enjoyed working at McDonald's, especially during rushes, you know? Whenever I had like a rush, because I was one of the sandwich makers, you know? So working in the kitchen at McDonald's, making sandwiches during like a crazy rush, is just fucking awesome. I don't work at McDonald's anymore, obviously. This is when I was a student, but what I'm saying is, any job where I feel like I can see the time moving sucks. I want to be so busy that I'm distracted. And like whenever it was like crunch time in animation and you're hitting tight deadlines, I thrived in that shit, dude. I did so well. Do you think that instability is a result of natural forces of animation work, or do you feel like it's partially manufactured because there's a strong desire in creatives to do this kind of work, that they're willing to work for worse conditions? I don't know. I think the industry kind of ebbs and flows, and I feel like if you ask a lot of older animators, a lot of them will probably tell you that the creative industry of animation back in the day was not as unstable as it is now. And I think the issue was I was hired around the time of the pandemic, where a lot of people were working from home, and because we didn't have people in office, and because so many people were at home watching shows, there was an abundance of working contracts. And what happened is the industry hired a bunch of people to fill up those contracts and to produce those shows. And then the pandemic ended, everybody returned to the office, and nobody was watching shows as much. And so animation contracts dried up, but we were in a situation where we were overstaffed now, right? So there were mass layoffs across the board. And on top of that, you know, you had things like interest rates going up and shit like that. Because pre-pandemic, interest rates were like, in Canada, they were dirt cheap, like less than 1%. And then they shot up to nearly 5%, you know, throughout the pandemic. And what happens is a lot of these studios are borrowing money to be able to bid on contracts for shows. That's sort of how it works. You basically will be like, we'll borrow money. Like that, people like lowball. Oh, here's what happens. If you have a show, like, let's say you're Disney, and you say, we're gonna make, I don't know, fucking some Disney bullshit, okay? We're making Star Wars the animated series. Okay, now what's gonna happen is you're gonna get a bunch of different studios being like, I can do it for this price. Then another studio will be like, I can do it for this price. Then another studio will be like, I can do it for this price. So they're all pitching their prices. And now Disney's gonna look at that, they're gonna factor in the quality of the studio, Snow White 6, sure, whatever, right? The Disney's going to factor in the quality of the studio, the amount that they're able to do it for, all that stuff. The studio's going to borrow money, they're going to hire animators, they're going to do the show, they're going to get paid by Disney, and then they're going to pay off their loans. And that's sort of the cycle from what I understand it. I've never worked on the production side, but from the people that worked in production, that's sort of how I understand the dynamic. And so what happens is when interest rates go up, so does your borrowing rates, right? So you're paying a lot more, and so now your bids are lower, you're losing out on bids. Studios don't want to really pay people to do shows as much because they're gonna have to pay more because of interest rates and all this shit. So it makes it really difficult. It's why when interest rates are low, you know, GDP and inflation and all that stuff tends to go up, whereas when interest rates are high, they tend to sort of like flatline, and you don't get as much like upward growth in the economy. It's because people aren't able to borrow as much. Anyways, this is just a little Econ 101 shit. But essentially, I think the issue with the animation industry right now is we've just come out of a post-COVID era where we were overhired. We had a massive, like, firing spree. But the thing is, now we have so many juniors that have transitioned to sort of like intermediate level animators. They're competing for entry-level jobs in studios. Like, I'm not kidding, guys. If you guys want a job in the industry as an entry-level artist, you're going to be competing with guys at my level and, like, you know, better than me for the last remaining jobs. Like junior positions are slowly getting phased out. And because of that, it's a lot tougher of an industry. It's a lot more competitive. And it's very saturated right now. And so with that comes a lot of instability and a lot of sacrifice. You know, it's like, do I want to? Basically, if you wanna do this, get good. Yeah. And to be quite honest, all of my buddies who are like cracked, never got laid off. They stayed employed. They've never had issues. But then I also have some buddies that are like, you know, I would consider them better than me in certain domains, and they're really struggling to find work, and it makes you question, you know, the stability of the industry. Now, it could just be that these buddies of mine are just not applying at the rate that they're saying they're applying. That's possible. I don't know. Or go indie for no money? Yeah. But I mean, even when I was like, you know, doing more high profile stuff, I was still not making huge money. I think the most I ever made working in animation was like 55K a year, you know, as an intermediate animator. I was probably like a year or two away from senior. I feel like competing with senior level people is a conundrum in so many fields now. It's very depressing. Yeah. Yeah, it is, dude. It's tough. 55K full-time, 55K salary, but 55K Canadian, okay? We're not talking USD here. And I was working, you know, I mean, I was probably working a standard 35, 40 hours a week. There were some weeks I was putting in crazy... There was one show in particular I was putting in crazy hours on the weekend. I was probably doing like 60 hours a week, easily. You know, probably even more than that. I was working all weekend, basically, you know? And my pay wasn't going up off that. So the question now is like, well, do I want that again? In my case, I don't think I do. I don't know if it's worth the trade-offs. The issue is, man, I really fucking miss animating as a job. But I can't do both. I mean, I can, but I don't know how long I can do that for. Most industries are experiencing that hyper-competitive entry-level stuff. I've been hearing a lot about that happening in software lately. Yeah. I also think, like, as AI gets, like, better, you're going to basically see the junior position go away. Because, like, right now, a lot of these, like, AIs are kind of... They're not fully gimmicky, but they're transitioning out of being gimmicky state to where they're actually going to start being economically useful for a lot of these companies. And what's going to happen is juniors are going to become a lot less... They're going to become a lot more rare. But the question now is, what happens in 20 years when you basically didn't have a bunch of juniors to transition into seniors because you just outsourced to AI? Like, what happens then? Do you just have a massive generational knowledge loss? Because the pipeline, typically, is you get into a studio as a junior, you're expected to be kind of stupid. You're not expected to know what the fuck you're doing. You know? You're supposed to be bad, and then you're supposed to be taught by intermediates and seniors. And then eventually you become an intermediate and a senior. But what happens if you don't ever hire juniors and you don't train anybody up? Eventually the intermediates and the seniors that are there now are going to expire. Or not expire. That makes it sound like they're going to die. They're going to retire, is what I meant to say. They're going to retire. And then as a consequence of that, you're going to end up with basically no one to replace them. So what happens? You just fully become an AI company? Like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing, you know? You need to tolerate people being dog shit at their job so they can eventually be the next wave of cracked artists. I didn't mean to say expire. Oopsies. The AI replaces seniors, I guess? That would be like way down the line, but it's a possibility. Who knows? Perish. Amen, brother. Snap, snap, baby. So I don't know. I don't know if that's an industry I want to get into. So basically, going the AI route means studios will implode. I mean, I think there's always going to be a demand for human-made art. Mostly because I think art is, luckily, I feel like it's one of those categories of work that like people really value the human aspect of it. You know, nobody really wants to see like an AI just draw shit all day. It's like chess players, and I use this example all the time. Chess players have been beat by computer systems since the 80s, bro. Like it's not like chess players have never been able to beat computer systems basically since the 80s and 90s. Okay? We still watch professional chess players because we respect and there's something intrinsic within humans that sees the value that is produced by a high skilled human performing a craft like chess or a game like chess, right? And doing it at a high level. And I think art is very similar. I think where you're going to see a lot of impact and where you're going to see full replacement is things like coding. Because I think culturally a lot of those environments are a lot more tolerant of AI and they embrace it a lot more than other creative mediums. And so I think you're probably going to see a lot of replacement of people in coding. And yeah, I can't predict the future. I have no idea where the fuck we're going, but who knows? It's definitely getting crazy now, and I do think we're probably 5 years away from probably most jobs being able to be replaced. AI is pretty good at replicating stuff, but it's very bad at being creative, at least for now. The issue, though, is the scale of acceleration that these systems are going through, right? Like, you look at like, the shit that they were producing, like, 2 or 3 years ago, and I mean, I say only 5 years. Look, I'm not an expert in this shit at all. This is all guessing, guys. This is not like some Nostradamus prediction here, okay? This is just some idiot on the internet speculating. But my guess is probably in around five-ish years is when you're gonna really start to see pretty serious economic impacts on job replacements and stuff. But that's just my guess, based on the rate of pacing right now. Could be sooner, but I think 5 years is reasonable. Program, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Dios World Art, thank you for the follow. Sticking around, thank you for the follow. Also, if you're interested in what we're doing a head turn rotation right now and doomering about the future of the industry and the world. Fuck. We'll get there, but no AI will be able to storyboard properly. It'll always be janky. Maybe, it's possible. Absolutely. Absolutely. I found you on YouTube and Twitch recommended you finally. Oh shit, base, dude. Good job, Twitch. I don't know anything about art, but in my opinion, AI art belongs only in memes. Human art and animation is a certain something that I think AI will never replicate. That's true. And I agree with you that I think for the most part, you're probably going to get a lot of people, valuing human-made art. But there's a lot of art that's still created within corporate spaces that don't have that same cultural respect, right? And I think once you start seeing the dollar possibilities with replacing employees with that type of artwork and medium, you're going to just see it be adopted a little bit more wide scale in like corporate sectors in particular, right? Think of like promotional posters, training seminars. Think of PowerPoint like illustrations, corporate graphics, designs for new materials, toasters, whatever, fucking couches, all that shit. I think that's where you're going to see like the sort of manufacturing of art really sort of scale up. Whereas I think the stuff that I do, or animation, I think there's always going to be some sort of resistance to adopt that stuff. And I think you're always going to see a very human-focused mentality in those domains. So I'm not super duper worried about, human art going away. That's not a threat that I see. But I do see like the wide scale adoption of a lot of this stuff in a lot of areas that you just can't really see as clearly as you can with animation. Like if you look at an animation studio, almost 100% of the people that work there, outside of maybe production, I'll say 80%, because let's say the production people are still like, they're still gonna manage shit. But 80% of the people that work there are creatives. But if you're looking at like a company that sells products, maybe like 5% of that company is going to be graphic designers, is going to be illustrators, designers in general. They're not going to have the same sort of cultural protections that you're going to have in a company like an animation studio that has a majority that are very culturally intolerant of AI, right? So those those people on average are probably the large majority of the creative like corporate world. If I had to guess, I don't know exactly what those numbers are. But if I had to guess, like the animation industry, in my opinion, is probably very small relative to the more corporate, like graphic designers and illustrators out there in the world. And I think that's where you're going to see it really sort of take over and creep in. That's my view on it, anyways. Okay. Sticking around, I'm actually a customer service specialist who's looking to eventually own my own customer serving consultancy agency, but even in that, AI can only handle so much. You'll always have someone who can at least answer chats, if not a phone for more complicated stuff. The size of the team will drastically change. Well, I think right now the issue with a lot of AI is that they're just not you can't trust them, okay? But each generation of AI starts making fewer and fewer mistakes to the point where people are going to start eventually, offloading a lot of their work to these systems once they can get to a point where they trust them more. And that's where I think things are going to get a little dangerous. For right now, like an AI is basically like an idiot junior that you have to supervise that makes constant mistakes that you have to completely fix like all the time. It might make your pipeline a little bit faster, but you're still going to be double checking things. You're still going to be manually changing things and tweaking things, and so it's not fully adoptable yet. But I think once you get to a point where you really minimize the mistakes these things are making, that's when things sort of take over. Anyways, I don't want to like doom people out on this shit. I think if you want to create stuff, create stuff. And I think, you know what? Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And the reality is, if it impacts one industry, it's going to impact all of them. If you get to a point where these things are so reliable, it's going to creep into everything, guys. And so there's no point trying to coordinate and change your life in any way to accommodate for it. I would say just live your life the way you want to, pursue the things that you want to, and You'll be A-okay, okay? You got the snack guarantee. Go back to the purpose of life convo. To be honest, the fact that you can't fully trust them is part of the reason why people want to use them. It means that the inherent responsibility can be shifted away from the human beings, catastrophic mistakes happening. I don't think that's true. I don't think, like if I'm at work and I create like a PowerPoint with like an AI system or whatever, and that PowerPoint fucks up and I submit it, my boss is not going to give a shit if I tell them I used AI and it's the AI's fault. I'm going to get in trouble for that, So I don't know if I fully buy that, but... Who are you animating? This is a little OC of mine, I guess. He's a random character I came up with on a different illustration tab, and now we're doing a little 3D turnaround for him. Serious question, how much of the head count is glorified in-betweeners? Say out of 100 art company employees. When I was in animation, my studio had about 300 employees, and I think, we had probably about 3-ish shows going at any time, And so you'd be on one of 3 shows usually, and my team on the one show I was on had about 40 animators. So I would say about half the studio was animators. Now, I didn't work in hand-drawn, I worked in rigged animation, so there were no in-betweeners. You basically had juniors, intermediates, and seniors. And the way it worked is you did the whole scene yourself, And then that was it. And the way you would assign scenes was based on the complexity of a scene. So juniors would get a lot of basic stuff, like head turns, walk cycles, basic, like, lip-sync stuff. Intermediates are going to start getting, like, a lot of that junior stuff, but they're also going to start getting drip-fed a little bit of, like, more dynamic, action-y stuff, maybe some jumps, some spins, whatever, right? And then the seniors would tackle the really, like, complex scenes. You did the whole scene yourself. You did, yeah. Which meant if you had like 20 characters in it, it took you fucking forever. Well, I say you did all the character animation yourself. The backgrounds and stuff were done by a background department. The rigs themselves were done by the rigging department. But all the action for the characters was all done by the animators. And if you watch shows like Western shows like Bob's Burger or, you know, Rick and Morty or, you know, any of these shows, they're all done with rigs and they're all done, like each scene is going to be done by one guy. And you would probably get about a minute of scenes per episode, usually. Or per episode? I'm trying to think. Each episode was about 2 weeks, roughly. And each... definitely less than a minute. Each episode was about 2 weeks. And my quota at the time was about 800 frames. So I had to do 800 frames in 2 weeks. And that was low. Some studios that have lower quality will make you do 800 frames in 1 week. You know? Background artists likely have an easier time finding work, I guess. I don't really know. I haven't noticed whether it's easier or more difficult for background artists. Honestly, I feel like background artists, the issue with them is because they're not like... a lot of studios treat the animation department like they're the golden children. And for good reason. The animation is kind of the bread and butter of it all. And I feel like the layout department is almost like the neglected little brother. It feels like, you know? Like, I feel like they put in a lot of work. And I just don't think it gets the same amount of clout and recognition that animators get within the studios. And so they usually get shittier contracts, you know, crappier deadlines, you know, less... Sometimes, like, a lot of what you do also is because you're working with rigs, you want to sort of optimize how you work. And so you would do things like create reusables. So let's say I'm doing a walk cycle for a character, okay? If I've done this walk cycle once, I don't need to ever do it again. If I have another walk cycle with this character in another shot, I can just import the last walk cycle I did because it's a rig, and then I can just tweak it a little bit. Like if he's lip syncing differently or moving his arms differently, I can just tweak it at the torso, you know? I don't need to rework the whole body. And so that's a lot of how the pipeline works. You're really looking for reuse and you're building up your reuse libraries. And so a lot of really efficient animators, they've just built up a lot of reuse that they can tap into to avoid having to redo the same work over and over and over and over again. God damn, I need to be 800 frames a week to compete with Chinese interns. This is for rigged animation. Completely different expectations. I don't know what the quotas are in hand-drawn studios. I've never worked in hand-drawn. I do hand-drawn because I like it, but I've never worked at it. I've never worked in that environment professionally. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. That's more like 50 cents or like $1.50 because I yapped for like fucking 20 minutes there, but... I kind of want to pop this out a little bit more. Either that or I want this to actually start changing its proportions a little sooner. So just a little bit of a larger spacing here. Also, somebody was asking earlier about what software I use. I use Clip Studio Paint, and if you would like, you're more than welcome to use my affiliate link in my About section. That's all I'll really say about that. Doesn't really give you a discount or anything, but gives me a little cut, and it costs you nothing, so why not? You got enough street cred to be able to give 50 cent? That's right, 50 cent, baby. It's why you see so many reuse in old animations, same gestures, movements, etc. That's true. I feel like the reuse that we did, though, we always tweaked. Like, I never really did, like, a one-to-one reuse thing. And I guess they kind of do that as well. I feel like it feels a lot more like blatant, like, cheating when you're doing it in hand-drawn. But FX, like, for example, like, FX, we had a separate sort of sub-department within the animation team that was an effects team. And effects basically did things like, think of like, you know, water, fire, gas, wind, puffs of smoke, whatever, all that shit, right? And they used a lot of reuse. A lot. Like, that was like their bread and butter, dude. Snack's still not a marketable VTuber, that's true. So the guys who made Avatar actually popped. What do you mean? I mean, they probably reused a lot of the same animations. If you look at it really closely, I bet you there's a lot of reuse. Yeah, you know what? I think I like that better. Super tight. I like it a little tight, dude, you know? I think this is actually going to grow in volume. How many frames is the full rotation for this? I think it's like 50, roughly. Yeah, about 50. I mean, it cuts off at like 48 or whatever. So that's about 2 seconds. Is this animated on 2s? It is. And if I were on like a rigged show, by the end of the show, I would have probably animated about 1.5 to 2 minutes of the entire season, maybe. Multiply that across like 40 people, and you get basically a full show, or a full season. Maybe more than that. Maybe like 5 minutes. I don't really know. 800 frames times 2 weeks over the course of like 6 months or something like that. How long do you think it would take to animate 22-minute episode of an anime? Like, by yourself? Several years. Like, if we're talking professional quality? Yeah, for sure. Like, a single season of a show, I'd probably be on for like 9 months. And there were 40 people working on that to make one season. And I was working full time, you know? Is the standard for a show 28 frames per second or 24? Usually it's 24. Yeah, I mean, look at Has Been Hotel Pilot. It took like 3 years. Yeah. And they had a small-ish team. I don't know how many people worked on it, but... I mean, look, you can drop the quality and get a lot more shit out real fast, okay? It's a trade-off. Do you want good quality? Do you want bad quality? Like, what do we... all that stuff is going to factor in to how fast it's going to take. I can't really give you, like, a solid answer, but if you were asking me to do, like, you know, professional level stuff, a full 22-minute episode, at the rate that I draw, whoo-wee, that would take me probably 3 years minimum. It'd probably take me way longer than 3 years, to be honest. It really is like a team sport. You can't solo a full show. I guess 30 and 60 is safe for 3D and video games. Yeah, so 3D animation is usually on ones. So like if you're doing like a well, it's probably 24 frames, but it's like a second, but it's also on ones. It wouldn't be like 60 frames per second because then that'd be upscaled. It's still 24 frames per second, but everything's on ones, which means every single frame has a drawing. When we say on ones, we just mean each one frame has one drawing. Okay? Drawing, drawing, drawing. Whereas if we're saying on twos, what you're really saying is each second frame has a drawing. So no drawing. Drawing. This animation I'm doing here is on twos. Most hand-drawn animation is on twos. You can add ones, you can add threes and fours. There's no like hard rules on that. But typically, you know, for hand-drawn, it's on twos. Now, if you've ever... What do you mean no drawing? When I say there's no drawing, I just mean you're holding the same drawing for 2 frames. So this drawing here, if you look, like, starts here, next frame, it's still the same drawing. Okay, so for 2 frames, I'm holding that drawing. Third frame, I switch drawings. Hold that for another frame. Boom. Yeah, basically you're holding you're only changing drawings every second frame. And that's pretty standard for hand-drawn animation. If you look at like a lot of fight scenes and stuff like that, you'll see a lot of you know, action anime. Sometimes you'll have things on 3s, 1s, and all that stuff. 3s, 1s, 5s, whatever, dude. I've seen 6s, 7s. Japanese people they hold frames for a long time. What you'll notice though is sometimes they'll have the character on 2s, you know, or 3s or whatever, but the background's gonna be on 1s. The reason you usually do background pans on 1s is because it's very disorienting to have the background move the same way a character does. It's like weirdly sickening. It like fucks with your brain in a very uncomfortable way. Not always, but a lot of the time it's usually on 1s. Sometimes I find it hard to tell the difference between something animated on 1s or 2s. You get okay at spotting it. You still kind of have to like frame by frame like through it, but you can definitely improve your ability to spot it. That said, 3D animation is typically on 1s. Now, there's a stylistic shift recently in 3D animation that took place during the Spider-Verse movie. Spider-Verse is like one of the first movies that used 3D rigs that actually started implementing 2s and 3s and 4s. And even, like, I don't know if they did more than that, but I know, like, generally, they varied up a lot of their timing. That's why Spider-Verse has this sort of, like, crunchy texture to it, almost like the way the movement works almost feels, like, weirdly textural. It's because they're not doing everything on once. They're varying up their timings a little bit, and it gives a little bit more of a texture to it. But traditionally, 3D animation just didn't do that up until Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse really set the standard for sort of what you can do with 3D rigs. Yeah, I noticed as Miles became more confident as Spider-Man and went from being on 3s to being on 2s. Yeah, okay, that's something that people say. That's just, like, not true. So there's scenes, like, at the start of the movie, end of the movie, beginning of the movie. They're on 1s, 2s, 3s, whatever, dude. It has nothing to do with story beats, and it wouldn't really, like, it really is action dependent, you know? You wouldn't really use varied timing for a story reason. I feel like that's like an online myth that people say, but it's just like not true. As far as I can tell anyways, it's not true. But the art really needed to be funky to blend in. Really? He was really choppy when he was swinging at first, and then he suddenly got really smooth. Maybe they implement... It's possible. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the movie. To me, that just sounds like a thing that people say on the internet. It's like one of those things where you'll see like 60 FPS, 4K interpolated, and people are like, it's so smooth. But like if you're an animator, it looks horrible. It just looks so fucking bad. And then after Spider-Verse came out, basically all 3D movies from that point on started copying the Spider-Verse style. And you ended up like Puss in Boots as an example, the Ninja Turtles movie. I haven't seen Turning Red. I think Turning Red probably did that shit. Basically, like all of the new wave 3D movies have been implementing like the sort of textural style that that Spider-Verse like pioneered. Interpolation's a crime. It hurt my eyes. Yeah, I can't stand interpolation, dude. Whenever I see like an anime like fight scene interpolated, it's so brutally annoying. I think the most annoying part is that it's always lauded around as if it's like some improvement. Not. The animator did the animation at that pacing and that timing with intention, okay? If I want to do this whole thing on ones, I would just fucking do it on ones, you know? If I'm doing it on twos, it's because it looks better on twos. I'm pro interpolation. I like my 60 video graphics. Each their own, bro. But have you guys ever seen The Hobbit versus The Lord of the Rings? The Hobbit was natively upscaled to 60 FPS interpolation. And so it feels really uncomfortable when they move the camera around. It just feels like weirdly synthetic and not real compared to like The Lord of the Rings. You've got this really like it's a lot easier to tell when something's fake and like I don't know. That's sort of there's a lot of downsides to interpolation, I guess, but lies. I'm not lying. It's true. Fact check me if you don't believe me. Okay now, I'm okay now. Yeah, it feels like things are just smearing around. It's like disorienting. I don't like it. No, okay. No, okay. That's the apex here. Hard to tell what the apex is doing. When I'm you, I'm this we are same. As I said before, it is HFR 48 FPS and shot that way. Yeah, I know, and it's like I don't like it. I mean, you can enjoy it. It's a personal taste thing. I just don't personally like it. You know? Fuck. Spider-Verse gang cut a movie in half and never did part 2. They'll get to it. Reiki, thank you for the follow. Go watch Diabolic in the choppy 12 to 6 FPS then. Just watch a PowerPoint presentation of a movie. Just flickering along. I still don't believe that the Corpo dude thought about a Batman Beyond in Spider-Verse style and said, nah, no one wants that. It is interesting how little corporate executives know about fucking actual movie making. Or at least that's my assumption. Maybe they're experts and, you know, good movies are because of good executives and vice versa. Bad movies are because of bad executives. They had the concept art and everything, and it looked amazing. Damn. Oh my god, I didn't know we had song requests. I thought this whole time Snacks just had the most range music taste. I mean, I do, Rosie, to be honest. But, Rosie, whatever you want to listen to, I want to hear it, you know? I will very rarely make fun of somebody's pick unless it's absolute ass. But knowing you, Rosie, and knowing how you are in chat, I have complete faith that you have good music taste. Let me cook. Do your thing, queen. That might be shrinking in size a little bit too much. I've been throwing in a pick every other song to keep it random and try to go off the vibe of the other song. Oh, you know what? I'm queuing up Through the Glass, dude. I've been listening to so much Stone Sour lately. We gotta get a little Through the Glass. I want. It's gonna be after Jadu's song. Damon, if you want to know what I'm talking about, go look up any anime fight. I don't know why I said it that way. Go look up any anime fight, and then look up the interpolated 60 FPS version, and it's always going to look worse. It just removes all of the texture and the appeal. Now, look, maybe you're one of those guys who just loves it, dude. What if the song already had another version? Can you use links? I would say, Rosie, what I would recommend, put the glasses on. Shit. I forget what button it is. I'll hit one of them and it'll work eventually. Wanted to make sure you saw me enter the room. I always see you coming in the room, Nox. Can't miss it. That's why I'm blushing right now, dude. Yeah, Rosie, you can drop just the name of the song, but it could just end up queuing up the wrong song, if that's the case. If you want to make sure it gets the right one, drop a Spotify link. And I say Spotify specifically because the bot works with Spotify, not YouTube. What do y'all mean by interpolating? Okay, let's say you have drawing A. Let's call this drawing... Let's go to this drawing... Let's call this drawing A, okay? Now we'll call this drawing B. Drawing A and B, okay, are on 2 different frames. But they're on 2s, which means these frames are holding for different timings. When you interpolate something, Nuclear Grabber, what happens is what you're telling the television to do, or the camera or whatever's recording, is you're saying, because this is on 2s, I want it to now be interpolated onto 1s. But the only way it can do that is by the bot inside of the software for the camera or whatever, to basically fill in the gaps of what should be between these 2 drawings. And so it sort of automatically in-betweens it through some sort of like algorithm, and it gives like this smoother feel in some cases, but to me it just feels texturally really unappealing and overly slick to where it just feels like synthetic, and you could tell like when they're on sets and it's just, things are just a lot more obvious. A good example, and I mentioned it earlier, is the Hobbit movies. If you've ever watched The Lord of the Rings, that's not interpolated. If you watch The Hobbit, it's all interpolated. And you could tell, based on the filmography, or the way the characters move and stuff, it just feels overly smooth. It smooths things out a little too much. Sometimes if you put in the name, it will queue up the wrong song, and that song bangs. That is true. That does happen. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. No one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting all alone inside your head. Don't know how much time has passed. It feels like forever. Are you talking about the Ralph Bakshi animations? No, The Hobbit, I mean, not the no. The interpolation can happen with animation. It can happen with live action. It doesn't discriminate. It will fuck up all your movies, okay? When I'm talking about The Hobbit, I'm talking about the actual, like, movie trilogy. Not the old, like, classical one or whatever. It's hard to find Japanese artist songs on Spotify because it doesn't translate them. Yeah, it can be a little tough, but... You can skip my song, by the way. I'm going to go to bed, plus it's a meme song anyways. Oh, with pleasure. I'm probably going to wrap up stream pretty soon, guys. I feel like, we've been going for a little bit. I'm gonna let the songs that are in the queue play through, but maybe let's do one more song in the queue, and then after that, first come, first serve. Get you through the glass. No one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting all alone inside your head. Time has passed. Okay. I have no clue what you're talking about, even after explaining. Let's say I have this drawing here, and then this drawing here. This drawing is held for 2 frames, okay? There's 1 frame, and then this other drawing here is held for the next 2 frames. I need to go as well, Snack. It's nice catching your stream today. Thanks for popping in, Sid. I appreciate you, dude. Hopefully I catch you again, alright? Now, when you interpolate something, Nuclear Grabber, what you're saying is, I don't want this to hold for 2 frames. I want it to just be shown for 1. But now what happens is you don't have a drawing for these 2 frames here. And so the computer basically takes a mishmash of these two drawings here, does its best to guess what it would look like if it were a frame over, okay, and then it throws that in there. That's what interpolation is. It's basically an AI in between. I say AI, but it's not really AI. It's just sort of like some algorithm. And what happens is it makes things feel overly smooth. That's all it is. It just smooths things out that shouldn't be smoothed out. Because most shows that you watch, you're consuming at 24 frames per second. And if you're watching animated shows, they're typically on 2s. And so what that means is your brain is processing it one way, but when you interpolate it, instead of having it on 2s, you're now interpolating it where it's still 24 frames per second, but you're also viewing it at like 1 frame per second instead of 2 frames per second, or 1 frame every draw. Anyway, I'm overcomplicated. I fucked it up, but you get the idea, or you don't. Whatever. I don't know. I find anime much nicer to watch than other things. Not gonna lie. You mean in general? My brain is happy when you watch anime. What's your favorite anime, Rosie? Is it Frieren? I unironically probably will actually watch Frieren after this. Maybe not. Will I? I don't know. Am I bad enough, bitch, dude? Am I a bad bitch? You think I could watch Frieren after this? I don't know if I'm feeling bad today. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, baby. Now I'm a bad bitch. That's right. It's not Frieren, my god, that's so hard. I like a lot of anime people don't like, I guess. I feel like, you know, no, in my case, I think my favorite anime, obviously, Naruto, bro. I'm a Naruto head, what can I say? It's just got a special place in my heart. That's like me in Zelda games. Zelda games also just have a special place in my heart. This is just like a straight solo, huh? I ain't mad at it. Soul Eater or Beastars? Excellent picks. Excellent picks. By the way, you're an absolute unit for going the extra mile for explaining this to me. Do you get it now? I hope you get it. If not, I don't think there's much else I can really tell you. I think you just kind of have to experience it. This is Jadu's bullshit song, isn't it? Actually, no, I've heard this song. I like this song. Was Van Halen his troll song? I don't get it. I don't think that was a troll song. I typed another comment before that, but I guess you missed it. Uh-oh. Ah, I get it now. I've seen a lot of examples of this where the motion just looks eerie. Yeah, if you look up, like, here. I'll give you a perfect example. Watch any Jujutsu Kaisen fight 360 or 4K interpolated 60 FPS. So not only have they interpolated it, but they upscaled it to 60 FPS, which is just crazy. Like, look at this. I don't know if I've never seen this. I don't know if this is a spoiler or whatever, but watch this, like, this animation and tell me it doesn't feel uncomfortably smooth. It removes all the texture. It in-betweens things and fucks up all the timings. It's just not pleasant to look at. It's, like, excessively smooth. And it just, you could see a lot of the mistakes in, like form and volume and all that stuff because they've smoothed everything out. And it's just like, it's ugly. It's just not nice. Some people really like it. Generally speaking, it's like the most hated thing amongst animators. It's like excessively smooth where things don't move properly. Now, obviously, the animation's still nice, but would it be nicer without the 60 FPS interpolation? Probably. Like, it just feels worse. It makes it so that, like, if there's, like, drastic volume shifts that are a lot more obvious, it makes it so that if timings are on 1s and 2s, well, now they've been flattened out, so, like, now it just feels like it stops and starts at weird times and all that shit. It's just not good, you know? Like, the animators decided the timings intentionally. And if you add like interpolation to it, where like the system just guesses the pacing and shit, it just feels weird. I don't know, it's not nice. And if you look at clips from The Hobbit, if you're at home right now and you got time, go look at clips from The Hobbit versus The Lord of the Rings, and you'll see what I mean. Like, it just feels, you could see that they're on a set more. Like, it's more obvious where the set settings are and all that stuff. Like, it's just, it makes things too upscaled to where it like doesn't feel as nice. I don't know. The reason it's choppy, it's because now what they've done is they've taken what was on 1s, and then maybe there's like one drawing that's on 1s, so it's just one drawing, right? And then what happens is now, normally in the normal animation, maybe that goes to 2s, where you have one drawing being held for 2 frames. But what interpolation does is it just fucking breaks this up and puts everything onto 1s now. So now something that was supposed to be spaced and timed at a different timing is now all put onto 1s, and so it doesn't work the same, and it feels weird. And sometimes, and then it just looks like things are boiling, and it's just out of place. But it's like one of the biggest pet peeves that you'll hear an animator complain about, because a lot of people who don't know shit about animation will just be like, oh, it's so much smoother now. And so they like post these upscale 60 FPS like interpolated things, but it just looks like shit. Anyways, I've ranted about it for like a fucking hour now. But Alan X, I got a question. Uh-oh. What you got, big dog? What you got? If you got into a heated argument online and they said, meet me at this spot at this time, are you going? No, I love my life too much, dude. Why would I fuck it up for some idiot? Like some internet stranger, dude. Let me go catch a charge, you know? And wash around me. I would definitely say I'm going and then just not show up. Oh yeah, I guess I could do that too. That works. He hears me, calls her name. Nah, you're all good, my man. You make a valid point as a viewer and/or craftsman. Thank you. And maybe there are situations where interpolation works. I've never seen it. You know, it always just feels weird to me. And you can always tell too, if you have boomer parents, guys, if you're a millennial like me and you go to your parents' place, a lot of TVs will have interpolation default on. And sometimes you'll watch your parents watching a show and it just looks so fucking weird. But they don't notice it. TVs are clever too. They won't call it interpolation. They'll call it shit like smart view or smart vision or some stupid shit like that so you don't know what it is. Also, it's peak, slower, more... Also, animation, it's peak, slower, more detailed than fights go brr. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Contrast. That's more of like a budget constraint. But it also works in contrast too, right? Where you have like high octane action followed by like slow paced, you know, story beats and stuff like that. Anyways, you guys could get me yapping on this shit for fucking ever, dude. I haven't ended stream just because you got me so fired up on interpolation. Ooh, this should really not be visible. Should it? Nah. I think this would be way more in here. Around me, conscience calls. I did say I was gonna end stream, huh? Alright, I should probably do that. Call and crash around me. Conscience calls to come home. Gonna bounce as usual. Fun listening to you folks talk about stuff. Take care, y'all. Peace out, Mikashi. Oh, good timing. It is good timing. All right. Do I want to raid someone new or do I want to raid someone I know? Khan was in here earlier. Let's just raid young Khan. He's a man of few words anyways, so I don't think he's gonna get me yapping anyways, so. Raid out to young Khan. Also a fantastic artist, by the way, guys. If you guys are genuinely looking for somebody who does like that sort of retro anime style, he's your boy. Young Khan. And with that, everybody, thank you all for coming out. If you are not in the Discord, if you want to get live notifications, make sure you join our Discord. In the Discord, make sure you go to the rules channel, and make sure you toggle on the live notifications roll. It's the little purple button. If you want feedback on your art, make sure you post in the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, let me know that you posted in the critiques channel, and I will take a look at your art. Mood dependent. Sometimes I don't do it. 90% of the times I do. Or I'll look at it the next day. And with that, guys, thank you all for coming out, and I will see you all in the next one, which is going to be tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. See you there. Bye-bye. Let me know what you think about the little tune. I'll take a little look at it afterwards, or a little listen. Bye-bye.